Good morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? First one in today, none other than Naked. He was here before the fucking stream even started. Early one today, holy shit. Shout out, hope you're doing good, Naked. We also got AE, number 2, how you doing, man? As well as Kamarao. Hope you're doing good. How's your game going?
Time to stretch.
Time to stretch? Yes, we're starting early. And also, AE, you know what I just realized? When it comes to the video queue thing, basically, for anyone who doesn't know, AE is a little bit angry because he did queue a video last stream, which I did not end up watching. But do you want to know something? Technically speaking, if you look at the channel point redeem, all it actually says is that I will add a video to the queue. I mean, it doesn't give the time frame in when I'm supposed to watch it. Technically speaking, no scam here. We're doing good. Like, I did what the redeem is. The redeem is to add it to the queue, and I can prove to you that the video is in the queue. I am gonna watch it out, because I am a good guy. We also have Joao in here. How you doing, man? Hope you're doing good. And worked on it for a while. For whatever reason, it's proving hard to start working again. I'm thinking of starting it from scratch, actually, but it's a hard decision. How come? What's the thought process to starting from scratch? Because a lot of the time, I mean, I do suppose, depending on the project, sometimes it might be easier. With Shrouded Loom, I never restarted from scratch. Like, I refactored basically the entirety of the game. Almost to the point where I could have started from scratch. That would have actually been... No, I think it would have taken more time for me to... Yeah, no, it would have. It would have been more work for me to restart the process rather than to refactor it, in my opinion. I'm pretty sure. Chicken Man is wearing a t-shirt today, that's new. I am indeed. Most of the time I do wear a hoodie because it's still fucking cold in Sweden, but today it's not too bad, So I decided today is a t-shirt day. Old code, I'm way better coding now than when I started. Yeah, but that's an interesting one though, Kamarao. To be honest, I think that could be very much of a slippery slope, because that's almost always gonna be the case, isn't it? Especially like now when we're still quite early in this, coding adventure. I mean, we are gonna be improving quite a lot. I think there's a risk that... I'm not saying, to be clear, I'm not saying that you shouldn't restart or that you shouldn't refactor or whatever it might be. Like, if you think that's the correct decision, then fucking go for it, But I think sometimes we need to be careful as well, because it's easy to get into a loop where all we ever do is refactor, because fucking every I feel like I improve quite a bit every week, and I look back at something I did 2 weeks ago and I'm like, oh, I could do this better. So it is a little bit, yeah, it is a bit like a slippery slope, and I have to just keep in check, make sure that, you're still doing the best for the project itself, because a lot of the time, if the code is shit but it works, it still works, it might be fine. For me, I think the main reason why I wanted to refactor was because I'm planning to build so much on top of this base that I have, and if I didn't do anything about it, because the jam code was pretty spaghetti, I think that would have gotten very messy. It would have affected my pipeline to actually make the game, I think. But otherwise, for like say that the jam version would have been like the full version, in that case, I would not have refactored just for the sake of refactoring. As long as everything is working, that is. Team Fortress 2 Quake was godlike though. Wait, Team Fortress 2 Quake? I never played. I played a little bit of Quake. I never played Team Fortress. Team Fortress 2 Quake 2 Remastered. It's your game name. Now, yeah. Now the fucking... What do you call it? Now it clicked. Dude, I still love the swinging mechanic, the grapple hook. That one was actually pretty sick. Yeah, this is very slippery slope, hence why it's such a hard choice. Yeah. No, it is. But I think in the end you know your code best and stuff, and like the actual project itself. So yeah, it's not an easy decision, but I suppose you do have to just take the time and figure out what you think is best for the project, like whether or not it's worth refactoring or restarting. Like if you think that long term it's gonna be a net positive, then go for it. What's up, Kiaran? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Nice to have ya. I'm really close to having something playable as well for finally playtesting, but I don't know. Oh, nice. I'm looking for a part-time job as well. Get some money while I work on game dev. Nice. Interesting. Playtesting is always fun. We have started the playtesting on Shrouded Gloom, which is one of the reasons I'm kinda excited to see if we can get version 2 online relatively soon. That would be kinda nice. I think we're gonna do like one more mainly UI test build, and then I mean we are getting really close to the point where we have to start working on content. Like I mean we are basically there, right? There's not a lot of stuff missing mechanics wise. I feel like with the type of scripts we have now, except for maybe a few niche things I might have to make later on, but I feel like I could make pretty much any interaction I want in the game happen. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Yesterday I didn't do super much. I did a little bit of YouTube stuff, not too much on the actual game. I think the only thing I did yesterday was that I added... Oh yeah, you know what? Speaking of which, if anyone hasn't, did you know Shrouded Gloom is currently available on Steam for wishlists? And we do appreciate those very much. So if you wanna support the development, please make sure to go and wishlist the game. Thank you very much. I'm doing good, just working on shaders and particles. Nice, man. I still have yet to look into shaders and particles. I have not really worked with either. I do think I wanna try the particle system and potentially make... We have been talking about maybe having some type of like dust particles or something, just to have a little bit more stuff moving. I feel like that could be kinda cool. What was I saying though? Yesterday the main thing I actually did was that I did a little update log in the game as well, so that whenever a playtester starts a new build, they can check like the new stuff that's in it. It adds so much to the game, I can imagine. And yeah, with your game, the particles look nice as well. The thing is that like I have no experience whatsoever with particles. Like I have never touched the particle system. From what I understand though, from speaking to basically you guys here on Twitch, it seems like they actually are... It seems like they look more complex than they really are. It seems like. I don't know if you guys would agree with that. Do you plan on messing around with normal maps? Maybe, I don't know. I don't even know what you mean by normal maps. Can you elaborate, define what you mean by normal maps? Oh, you remade them this morning? Oh, gotcha. It is even here, like, around the lights here, maybe having a little bit of like dust particles moving or something, just getting something more moving would be kinda nice. And I suppose we talked about it as well, maybe having something similar in game as well, like... Maybe in the actual like flashlight light, we have a little bit of like a few pixels moving around or something. I feel like that should be kind of cool. Yeah, they're very simple. This game was my first time using them, and I just messed around until something worked. Oh, interesting. Here's the particles if you wanna take a peek, sure. Is it sound? Oh, nice! Yeah, you're going for a lot less of a cartoony style now, isn't it? Like, it was a little bit more cartoony before. I don't know how to describe it. I think you understand what I mean though. Yeah, this looks nice, man. Ambient dust should add a lot to a game like yours, to be honest. I do think so as well. The only annoying thing is that I also want to... It's a mix of anime style and arcade style, yeah. The thing is that I tend to want to stick to relatively pure pixel art. I know, I am a little bit of one of those fucking pixel art purists. I can't help it, okay? I actually can't help it. I don't know what to do. So if I do particles, I kinda want them to be pixels as well. I don't know if that is easier or if that complicates stuff, or since, like I said, I have no experience with the particle system. But I suppose I would just have like 1 pixels with slightly lower opacity, kinda float around the room or something. I have pixel ones in them ones. The suit particles are just pure particles. Pixels. I think that's the way to go if it's a pixel art game, keep the art style. Yeah. No, I do feel like I want to try and be as... I don't know. Keep the simple pixel art as much as possible. I want to do the most I can with it, but... Because that's the thing, like even doing like smaller pixels, I don't think I want to do that, like mixels, as some people refer to them as, you know, mixed pixel sizes. Because it could probably look good to have like, maybe have the dust particles be smaller, the like further in the room they would have been, and like bigger the closer to the camera they are. I mean, which I suppose I could do by just doing more pixels. That is actually fair. Like we could do something where, you know, a particle far away would only be like 1 pixel. You could also have 4 pixels, maybe even 3 by 3 pixels. Can I have these be like closer to the camera and this be further away? Maybe. Nah, it's something we would have to try. Otherwise, the game is 321.80. So on the actual game canvas, this would be the size of them. Nah, I think at least this one is too big. This would be the most I would go for. I think maybe just having single pixel ones would be fine. You can still make particle effects with just pixels. It requires a little more work, but it can go flawlessly. However, you should try to maintain the game aesthetic. Yeah. Take the broken light bulb, for example. You could make some particles pop up when the light switches. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That's actually a really good idea. That would make it look a little bit more polished, wouldn't it? Because now what I do is that I actually just switch to another sprite, right? So this is a broken light bulb. But those are like what I have tried to pass off as like the, what you call it? Like the light flash or whatever. It's just a static sprite change. So maybe doing those with particles could be quite nice as well. That is true. Bits and Poral, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Yeah, that is a good idea. Like even stuff like, oh yeah, even stuff like this, right? When you pick up an item, you could have like just something subtle, but like a few pixels moving, kind of like the thing you picked up was a bit dusty or something. That could look pretty cool, couldn't it? Like, I think we cannot overdo it, but I think that could look pretty sick. Yeah, fuck, I kinda like it. Exactly, it's the little things that add a lot, I agree. That is a pretty good idea. Okay, let me check my dev board, let's see what we... I think I kinda wanna redo my dev board as well. At some point. I don't think I'm gonna do it now, but at some point. Because the way I do it right now is like this, right? I have my backlog, which has a bunch of different like categories for tasks and stuff. And then in my active board I just have like not started, in progress and completed. I feel like the thing is that I never use in progress. Like I look here and I go, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I fix the thing and then I immediately throw it over in completed. So I think the way I should do this instead is to just basically work on my backlog. And then whenever I mark something as completed, we just hide it, like I already do. Yeah, I think actually I should start using this instead. So I don't really need to change anything. I would just use this for my tasks instead, and then whenever I mark something as completed, it's gonna disappear from here anyway. Because I feel like ordering it by categories is better rather than having everything lumped in at not started. Because then we could do stuff where we are a little bit more specific, where we would have like, you know, sound effects and audio stuff that we need to do, and like everything can be a little bit more organized, you know? Maybe having one specifically for like UI, I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna think about it. Either just make it randomly pop or like a failed circuit on light switch press, but you would need to make some logic to not appear every time to avoid effect spamming. Yeah, that's probably true. Depending on how long it is, I suppose, as well. Oh wait, yeah, because right now... No, the way I would do it is just... Because for the broken light switches, I actually switch to a non-interactable light switch. Like, I can't click on it while it's up. So if the particle effects take a little bit longer, I can just make this stay as the on switch for a bit longer and have that one not be interactable, then you can't queue more of them. Rather than doing like logic in how to actually do this, we just made sure that you can't spam this too much. Yeah, I think I did something for dust particles here. Yeah. Maybe that is something we should look into. Skip button, I'm not sure about that one. I do want to get better room transitions. I do want to polish up my inventory a bit more at some point. Well, this stuff isn't... to be fair, I could almost publish this build we have now for playtesters. There's still a bit of new stuff they should try. But let's see if we can... First, should we look into particles? Because it seems like, you know, in general, particles seems like a great way of basically polishing a game, giving that extra little bit of feedback. So I do think it's something I should learn. But yeah, so far I've just happened to never use the particle system in any game. I don't know about the fix for this either. This is an issue I found, which I don't know how... I don't know if this might just be a Windows issue. Basically, VSync only works when you play in actual full screen. If I play in like borderless or windowed mode, VSync doesn't sync up correctly, which is a bit annoying. But when I try to look into it, it seems that it might actually be Windows that overrides like refresh rates in windowed applications. So I'm not sure if this is something I even can fix. If anyone has any ideas, then please let me know, because this is confusing me quite a lot. Because as soon as I go out of like exclusive full screen, VSync is not doing what it's supposed to. We do have a Brachis tutorial. That one is 7 years old though. Maybe I should try and use a little bit of a newer one. Blackthorn prod to the particle effects, maybe. Does it change a lot? Yeah, I suppose it does change with 2D and 3D. Right, is it the same system you're using? Oh shit, this is 6 years old as well though. Sasquatch. Let me have a look at this.
Hey guys, welcome. Today I'm going to show you everything you need to know to get started making particles in Unity. I'm going to walk you through setting up 3 different particles, and we'll cover a lot of the options going through those so you can really get comfortable with this as fast as possible. I'll also show you how to spawn them into your scene and how to rotate them based on your attack direction. Let's get started. So we're starting off with a very simple scene here with basically just a player and some enemies and some grass. You don't need assets to follow along with this tutorial. However, if you like the assets that you see in this project, you can download them for free. You can use them personally or commercially. That's totally up to you. I'll leave a link down below in the description. I hope you enjoy. So basically what I've got here is...
So yeah, do you need... how? I don't even know... Yeah, this is the thing. I really don't know how particles work. Do I need like a sprite, or do you use like materials or like textures or like... Yeah, I'm so lost at how this actually works. Grass jump scare.
I'm able to damage all 3 of these objects in the scene here. And I really want to spice this up and be able to add some particles when we damage the enemies. So we're going to dive right in and start off right with a new particle. So click here, go to effect.
Depends on the aesthetic of your... Okay, so there's different ways of doing it.
And click particle system. Let's call this enemy damage 1. So this is the default particle system that it will set up automatically. If you go down to renderer here, you can see it assigned the sprite lit default material to it. I would like to start off by creating a brand new material. Let's go into our assets, create a new folder called materials. Open that up, and here let's create a new folder called particle system. Go in there and let's create a new material called enemy damage mat 1. And I would actually like to change the shader to universal render pipeline 2D sprite unlit. And the reason I want to select unlit is you can see if we assign this material, drag that in there, and you can see if we dim the global lights, these particles are going to show up no matter.
So I would want to do the opposite, right? Because if you don't have the light in a particular place, you shouldn't show like dust particles. So yeah, I would want mine to be lit.
or what. So if you would like them to be affected by lights, then be sure to select the 2D sprite lit default shader. I'm going to select a texture here and go with the circle with soft edge. That is included in the asset pack that you can download. Again, it's in the description. So let's select that. All right, so we've got something. So if you've never worked with a particle system before, this can all be very intimidating looking. However, you'll find that as you make a lot more particle systems that you start playing around with the same values again and again. But we'll go through quite a few of
I suppose a lot of this you're gonna be able to like brute force a little bit. Basically just experiment and see what happens when you change these values.
the most common settings right here. So I'm going to let this just keep on playing so that I can see what we're changing.
So wait, did he add a enemy damage? Oh yeah, this is a new... Okay, so he makes a new game object, which he adds a particle system to. And then what, is he gonna instantiate this object whenever he like hits an enemy? Is that how you would do it? So then I would have... I should do something similar in that case with like the items. When you pick them up, we like instantiate a dust prefab in the same position. Or I suppose you could maybe add a particle system to the actual items in the scene as well. We'll see.
Here. Now we're going to change the duration over here to 0.25, and that's not going to be noticeable because we are looping right now, but the duration is the amount of time that the particle system is actually spawning particles into the world. And for a lot of these here, I like to change the drop down. I'm going to go to start lifetime and let's choose random between two constants. Giving it a little bit of randomness in every way that you possibly can usually results in something that looks a lot better. So let's go 0.25 and 0.4. Move this over so I can...
Do you guys find it annoying when I speed it up? Do you want normal speed? Let me know.
See it a little more. For our start speed, I'm also going to select random between two constants. We're going to go 6 to 8. And let's do our start size and also do random between two constants. I'm going to go 0.15.
So I think that's the thing, like, I don't think I want to play around with the sizes. Like, I think I always want a pixel to be a pixel. But then we like make it maybe fade out and stuff instead.
5. So what I would like to get is these particles that when I hit the enemies, they're going to shoot out with some trails behind them. And it's going to look really nice. So next, let's change the emission. So currently it is spawning 10 particles per second. I actually don't use rate over time too often. If we zero that out and if we go rate over distance instead, what you can see is that will only spawn particles if you are actually moving the object around in the scene. And especially if you're going to be using rate over distance, the one thing that you really want to know is, do you want to be using the simulation space local or world? You can see right now with local, it's moving the whole particle system, right? If we change that to world and drag it around, you can see how each individual particle kind of has its own spawn point that doesn't change. So that's what those do. Let's zero those out. I actually want to go with a burst. Let's click the plus, and actually these defaults do each individual particle system space local, right? If we change that to world.
So I suppose I could add a particle system to the actual cursor then, to make dust particles always be in the flashlight area. Oh, but I guess the issue there might be, because are they always going to spawn from the cursor then? Because that's gonna... That would end up looking a bit weird. So maybe not.
You can see how each individual particle kind of has its own spawn point that doesn't change. So that's what those do. Let's zero those out. I actually want to go with a burst. Let's click the plus. And actually these default settings are just fine. I'm just going to uncheck looping because it's getting a little bit annoying. Next,
I want to burst
the shape
too.
Of the particle system and get it looking in kind of the right shape.
Now I'm thinking about this in terms of picking items up.
That we're going for. So let's open shape here. Now I almost
Shit, that's a lot of settings. You can make the custom particles and use them. Wait, what do you mean, A?
I'll tell you why. I have an orthographic camera right now, so you can't tell. However...
Oh, do you mean for the actual, like, whatever the particle is supposed to be? Like, I made my own little custom pixel particle. Is that what you mean?
For those of you who are using a perspective camera, you can see that even though this is a 2D scene, if you're using a 3D shape like a cone, it's actually going to be spawning particles that get closer and closer to the camera. And you might want that, but in this case, I definitely don't. So I'm actually going to leave our camera at perspective to make sure that we don't make that mistake. So what I'm going to do is change this to circle. It automatically rotates particle systems on the X by -90 degrees. Let's zero that out, and always make sure your Z axis is on 0 as well, especially if you're working in 2D. So I don't want to spawn all of these in a circle. I really only want to be using a portion of this circle. So for the arc here, let's go with 75 degrees.
Might want to do a circle? Or do I? No. No, wait. If you pitch something up, maybe I don't want a circle. Maybe it should only be like dust particles kind of going to the sides and upwards. I mean, I guess this is the kind of thing we need to just test and see.
On the Z-axis. Now, it's already starting to look pretty good there. Let's add a few more things. You can change the radius thickness if you want. So you can see I'm changing that line there, and that's just keeping the area from which the particles can actually spawn bigger. And if I zero that out, then it's only going to be able to spawn right on that line. So go with whatever your preference is. I'm going to leave it at 0. Next, let's choose color over lifetime, and we'll actually need to check that and open it up. So this is a gradient here. We've got the alpha controls on the top and the color controls at the bottom. So for the starting color, let's just go with kind of a light red. And I'm going to insert that.
So this is how I should make it fade out. Yeah, you just bring down the alpha. It's going to fade out over time.
Next, let's also change the size over lifetime. Select that and open it up. And if you click this and nothing appears, just drag this bar up. I'm going to select this one and add this key up like this. So that's going to get bigger really, really quickly and then kind of slow down for most of the lifetime of the particle system. Next, let's get some noise going in here. Let's open that up. Noise is really cool, and I'll turn looping back on so you can kind of see what this does. It's only affecting the position because we've got a 1 in the position amount. You can fiddle around with the strength and the frequency to really start adding some randomness to the movement of your particles. And of course, you can do that with rotation as well as with scale if you really want to. I'm going to zero that out and put a 1 back in the position. And let's...
You can also change it to random between 2 constants to make it even more random.
Go with 1 in strength and 1.25 in the frequency. Let's close that, and let's also get some trails going behind these. So as soon as you select trails here in your renderer, a second trail material slot opens up. Let's duplicate that first material and name it enemy damage trail.
Don't think I want trails anywhere.
Trails. So currently every single particle is now going to have a trail.
No, that's going to mess up the
that's a little bit too much.
Aesthetic of the game, I think.
Half the amount. Let's also make the lifetime only half the lifetime of the particle system. I'm also going to give the trails a color over lifetime gradient. So I'll go over here and select gradient. I'm going to give it that similar nice red color and decrease the alpha at the end as well. I'm going to change width over trail to random between 2 constants. Go 0.75 and 1.25. There we go. That's looking really nice. Let's save that as a prefab now. So back in our root assets folder, let's create a new folder.
Still good to know that you can do it.
Just drag that in there.
Yeah, so okay, I think this is like I
if you right-click that
expecting. He's gonna
particle system force field, add that as
make that a
prefab
and instantiate it when it kills an enemy.
And you enable,
or is he gonna make it a child object of the enemy and just enable it when you hit him? No.
External forces, you can now apply all of these outside forces to your particle system. So let's try gravity just as an example. It's not doing a whole lot, so let's increase the range. Now you can see it's kind of just sucking it back in. If we increase the duration and the lifetime, you can get some pretty weird stuff happening. So I'm not going to save that. I just wanted to show that to you. I'm going to delete that. Now before...
I mean, to be fair, it does seem like it's a quite powerful system. It seems like you could do quite a lot with this.
Before we continue with the next particle systems, I'm going to actually get this spawning into our scene when we damage our enemies. So if
it's a little bit daunting at first, just seeing like the particle system in the inspector, just as it's a lot of settings.
How to apply damage to various objects in your scenes. This guy has just a grass script, but it also has health. This guy has an enemy health script, yet you want to know how to damage both of them. I do have a tutorial that can show you how to do that. However, you can spawn this particle system in wherever you are actually applying damage to your enemy, or if you just want to test it out, you can code it so that whenever you hit the spacebar or something, it'll spawn somewhere. It's very, very easy to set up. I'm going to open up my enemy health script as well as my grass script, and I really just want to add a serialized field private particle system damage particles. I also want to create another private particle system called damage particles.
Oh, okay.
Instance. So this is going to be a reference to our prefab, but this is going to be a reference to the instance of each individual prefab that we are spawning into the scene in case you want to change any of the settings within the particle system. I just want to instantiate the particle system right here in the damage function. I'll create a new function for that called private void spawn damage particles. So we're going to say damage particles instance is equal to instantiate. What are we instantiating? The damage particles. Where do we want to spawn this? At the current transform.position.
Yeah, so I would do this in the collect item on click class that I have. Whenever we call the function to collect an item, that's when we spawn like the dust particles in that position. Then I suppose, but yeah, the weird thing becomes, I think now I destroy that object, which would destroy this child object as well, right? So I might have to slightly change how we handle the picking up of items, where we do something like we only destroy the... Maybe we disable the image first, so that it looks like the item disappears, and then we play the dust particles, and then we destroy... When the dust particles are like finished, we destroy the entirety of the item in the scene. Maybe. What's up, Janko? How you doing? It's not a child object if you don't assign it as a child object. Instancing doesn't make it a child object by default. Oh, interesting. Oh, so then I don't have to worry about it, basically. Then I should be able to use the same exact... Okay, so this would just instantiate it. Oh yeah, that's the thing, right? I select where I want to instantiate this particle. So I could basically just instantiate it in the room with the same position as the item. So that would not make it a child object. In that case, we just copy the position, and then we can destroy the item immediately. Okay.
No rotation, so quaternion.identity. Let's call that here. Same thing in my enemy health script.
Right, go back to your other script. Where is he getting the transform? Oh no, he's just using transform like the keyword. Yeah, that would take it from this game object. So here, this would make it a child object, right? In this case, he is making it into a child object, because he's instantiating it. No, he wouldn't. Oh, is this... No, because this is the position. Right, this is not the transform. Oh wait, transform parent. Transform.position. Oh, instantiate in world
no
space.
Rotation, so quaternion.identity. Let's...
Wait, I need to... I realize what the issue is here. Instantiate. He's just taking the position. Okay. There's so much overload into this. Oh yeah, exactly. Because if he would have said damage particles transform, then it would have made it a child object. But since it's doing transform.position, we are overloading the instantiate method, and instead of declaring a parent object as a parameter, we just set the position, which would just make it in the world, or instantiate it in the world at that position. Okay, fair enough. Thank you, man. What's up, Raka? How you doing, man? Welcome in.
Let's call that here. Same thing in my enemy health script.
We're learning about particle systems. So we can do little particle effects and stuff in the game. I think that could be kind of cool.
Let's drag in our
but I've never used this system before, so... Yeah, stuff like this. Just more feedback, you know. Which, what I'm thinking right now is potentially we could have little dust particles in the room. Like in the light and stuff, you can have little dust particles moving. And maybe when you pick up items, it just spawns a little subtle like dust particle where you pick it up. I think that could look pretty sick.
There are also 3 particle systems stuck in my scene here, and we don't want those clogging up our memory. We want to get rid of
dust particles before save system. Who needs a save system? Here's the thing, before I have content worth saving, there's no reason for me to add a save system, right? Nah, I rather get the mechanics and stuff working now, and then we figure out how to save later on. Do we really need to save? Come on, is it that important? Yeah, we do. The plan is, I think I'm just gonna stop being a fucking cheapskate, and I'll have to buy the easy save asset. Just, it is actually a bit cheaper now. This used to cost 60 quid or something before, 60 euro. They are selling it for 45 now. Still kind of expensive, but it is objectively cheaper than it was before. This seems like a really good asset. How you doing, Meowj? Hope you're doing good.
Those as soon as the particle systems are done playing. So to do that, we're going to open up our prefab, and down here at stop action, select destroy. Let's try that again. All right, you should now see
okay.
And down here at stop action.
Stop action. Okay, nice.
Select destroy.
So I don't have to even handle the destroying myself.
Try that again. All right, you should now see them coming in and then destroying themselves as soon as they're done playing.
Nice.
There we go. Great. Now.
This isn't something you could YouTube tutorial. You mean the save system? I mean, you probably could. Like, and I already have written a save system, which is functional. The only issue with my save system, I did go a little bit into, like, I do have encryption and stuff to make cheating a little bit more difficult. The main issue with it, though, is the fact that with my save system, the only things that I can save are, like, the default variables, right? So I can only save, like, integers and bools and, like, floats and strings. Like, that's the only stuff I can actually save. I can't save, like, custom scripts, I can't save game objects, scriptable objects, components, all of this, like, Unity stuff. So if I would make this game work with my saving system, I would have to start, like, for each room, I would have to, like, set up, like, variables and stuff for whether, like, the door is opened or unlocked, and each room needs to have, like, an index, so I can make, like, a dictionary. I would save, like, the index of the room you're in, and then when you load, you would have to, like, check the index and load the appropriate prefab. You know, it becomes, like, a lot of steps in between that's gonna make my life a lot more difficult. Whereas with easy save, I can just fucking, you know, I can just save the game object as is. It's gonna save all of the components and everything in the state they are. So, I mean, obviously, there's probably, theoretically, I could write a script like that myself. I'm just wondering whether, I think the time and effort I would put in to write a save system would be a lot, and it would still never end up nearly as good as this system. So this is like one, like, I have not used a lot of assets in my game. Not that I think there's any issue with using assets, but most of the time I have tried to make stuff myself for, like, the, you know, for the learning experience of it. And like I said, I did make a save system as well. It's just that I don't know if I'm good enough to write a reliable save system with this, like, complexity. Because here, like, you can save basically anything with this, right? You can save classes, struct, position, game object, prefab instances, components, scriptable objects, arrays, dictionary. Like, you can fucking save anything. It just seems like this is very convenient. And for me, as someone who's still a little bit of a noob, I feel like this might be worth it. You're doing good, Meowj? Nice. You can't serialize a C# dictionary, but with this you can. So I don't know exactly how they do it. Oh, they save it as an array, do they? No, dictionary. Never mind. Save my dictionary. So obviously, since they get it to work, I suppose there are ways to, like, go around this. I just feel like I would spend too much time on this. I need that. It does seem very useful. They split the key and value into two separate lists that have the same index. Oh, I see. So yeah, they basically, to serialize a dictionary, what they do is that they do a list of cheese and a list of values. Yeah, I see. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so this is what I mean. Like, obviously there's a way to get around this. I don't know how they do it with like game objects. Maybe they do the same thing there, where they actually do make indexes and like lists. Yeah, because you do use a key, right? So isn't this technically a dictionary? Because my int, this is the key, and this is the value. So I mean, they are using dictionaries for the save system, right? And whenever I would save, would it be better to use JSON then? This is JSON. So this is a JSON serializer. And like my system I currently have is using JSON as well. So like I said, I'm not saying that it's not possible to make something like this. I just wonder if it's worth the time and effort I would have to put in to make something that's probably gonna end up being worse and less reliable compared to this. That's kind of where I feel like maybe just fucking chunking this up, getting this asset would be worth it. I know a lot of developers who are using this asset, and it just seems really like convenient and reliable. Because I would probably spend weeks to do something similar, and it would still end up being like 10 times worse. Do you know what I mean? I know nobody asked, but it's not about the money, but it's about the experience you would gain from programming your own system. I do suppose there is an argument for that as well. Because obviously I would learn quite a bit trying to make my own save system. Or, like I said, I've already made a save system, but trying to make a bit of a more complex or flexible save system. I would probably learn quite a bit from it, absolutely. And like I've said before, I am very interested in learning. The reason for me is more about the time aspect, because if I spend 3 weeks making and debugging a save system, it would save me this money, absolutely. But I would lose 3 weeks I otherwise would have been able to make progress on the game for, you know? And the thing is, like, when is in June is the next fest, which I preferably would have a demo for. So I'm already a little bit stressed with time, I kinda feel like. Was it, like I've said before, if I don't end up having the demo ready for that next fest, it's not the end of the world. I would be okay pushing the game a little bit further in terms of release date, but it would be nice to get it out early. It's less risk for me the earlier I get the game out. But everything is a fucking balance, isn't it? Because at the same time, I want to make sure that the game is the best it could be. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, I can't say it. Like I said, we have quite a bit of time left before we have to start working on a save system. Or the implementation of it. Just, yeah, like I said, the main thing is that this already has cross-platform encryption, compression, save slots, which is something I want as well. Cloud storage, spreadsheets, backups, and more. It's just that it sounds like I would end up saving a lot of time using it. We'll see. I do think you have a good point though, Janko. From like, if we're looking at it in terms of learning and growing as a developer, it would probably be a good experience to code my own save system like this. In terms for my game specifically, I think it might be better to just get this asset, because it would speed up the development quite a lot, and I know I have something reliable. Of course, there would be a little bit time of like getting used to how to actually use this asset, but nowhere near as long as it would have taken me to write something similar. But yeah, good point.
And this one I want to spew out, and I want to have it kind of like splatter when it hits the ground and kind of turn into.
I don't even know. I feel like I almost have what I need at the moment to start like trying this.
Kind of be rotated in the direction that they're traveling. So I'll show you how to set.
I agree with your money for time argument. Was just curious. Yeah, no, absolutely. Feel free to ask whatever sparks your curiosity. Because I do know, I did have this discussion with someone on Discord as well, where we checked and like see how far like something like ChatGPT could get in terms of like saving game objects and stuff, and it didn't seem like, you know, it doesn't seem like incredibly complex, but it's also the whole thing about making sure that it's reliable and, you know, that kind of stuff, where, yeah, the saving system needs to work well, because wasn't it Stardew Valley, I'm quite sure, that on release had some issues with like saves basically breaking, and the developer, Concerned Ape, ended up like spending his time just like unbreaking people's saves like the first week. Yeah, exactly. Saves are the last thing you want to fuck up. Yeah, because that could ruin the entirety of the experience of the game. Just like, okay, if there's a bug in the game, if something doesn't work completely as it should, like, yeah, that's not a nice experience for the player, but most likely they could still play the game. Some absolutely might be like, oh no, this is buggy, I'm not gonna play it. But, you know, a lot of people, it wouldn't be the end of the world if they happen to stumble across one little bug or something. Just people know that happens in games, right? Of course we want to minimize it. However, like, if you're halfway through the game and your fucking save file becomes corrupted, ain't a lot of people gonna start replaying the game from the beginning. And of course, like with Stardew Valley, there might be some people who can like maybe manually send me save files and I can see if I can find the issue and like fix it, send it back to them and stuff. That would be a lot of work and stuff, and at the end, most people might not do that. Like, a lot of people would probably be like, oh, fuck me then, and then install the game and not play it, you know. Saves are also a tool against bugs as well. Players can reload and bypass a bug. Oh yeah, that is true. That's a good point as well. Can't bypass a buggy save though, yeah. No, that is actually a fair point. Yeah, if you stumble upon something because something in runtime got like bugged so you couldn't progress, you're absolutely true. Oh, you're absolutely correct in terms of like them probably being able to, okay, since I can rely on the save system, I can try and just reload the game and hopefully, you know, the bug isn't there again. That's actually a good point. Now, I do think you're right now in terms of like, we really need to make sure that the save system is like relatively convenient, but very reliable. And that, like, those are kind of the reasons why I feel like it might just be, well, like, okay, obviously I don't love having to spend 45 quid because so far I managed to almost have no monetary investment into my game, which is nice as Mr. Unemployed over here. But I don't know, I just feel like this might actually end up being worth it.
That up. So first, let's create a new particle system called enemy damage 2. I'm going to reset the transform and just move it over here.
Creating particles with sub-emitters.
I'm just going to duplicate enemy damage mat 1, rename that to enemy damage mat 2, and assign that material down in the renderer. Okay, so again, you can see that they're kind of shooting off into the distance there. That is, again, because of our perspective camera. So let's actually change the shape first. Change it from cone to circle, and we're going to make the arc only 70 degrees. Let's rotate it on the z-axis.
Oh, so this is something like I could do where I could put like a particle spawner on like one side of the room and then fucking just move little dust particles across the screen. Could probably work. Maybe to have some variety in like every other room you go into, we like flip the side that the angle that the particles are coming in through. Oh, but the thing is that in a room, particles or dust, if you have dust like flowing in the air, they don't tend to flow perfectly unless there would be like a fucking korsdrag, as we say in Swedish. If you have like, you know, a window open on that side and a door open on that side, whatever you call it in English. Like, otherwise, if dust has been moved, like it kind of floats in the air, right? Isn't that generally what dust would do? So maybe I wouldn't do it that way. Maybe we would just have dust kind of fading in and fading out, like slowly moving downwards or something. the easiest thing is gonna be to just test this and see how it looks. What's up, Leaf Buckets and Peepa Poopy? Welcome in, hope you're doing good. They should hire you as a salesman for Easy Save. You're convincing me to buy it now. Oh, that's funny. Dude, fuck it. Hey, Easy Save, if you wanna pay me money to promote Easy Save, I'm fucking here for it. But, you know, just give me one of them copies for free and I'll fucking promote it to everyone. You know, just saying, I'm here for it. Like, if you Moodkey want to sponsor me to fucking I will 100% shill this to any person ever. 100%. No, I do think it is a good system though, so it's like when I try to become an affiliate for my password manager because I really like password managers and I really like my password manager. And I would fucking love to hype them up to everyone, but they denied me. They didn't want me as an affiliate. I still cry a little bit about it. Just that's the thing. The best thing would be to be, you know, have these kind of affiliate partnerships and stuff for stuff that I actually truly believe in and think is like a good product. Because I don't want to sit here and try and like hype up something I don't believe in, you know. I don't want to feel like I'm trying to sell you on something that I wouldn't buy myself. Whereas like if something like my password manager or potentially Easy Save, because it does seem really good, like yeah, I would 100% promote that shit. I wonder, does the Unity Asset Store have like affiliate partnerships? They do have a partner program. Affiliate ID. Yeah, affiliate program, they actually do. Should I start fucking shilling assets? No, I might actually look into it. It does indeed seem like they do have an affiliate program. Also have a partner program. Don't know what the difference is, but maybe I could start fucking promoting Easy Save and actually potentially make a bit of money from it. At no extra cost to you guys. Just like I do with Humble Bundle. Did you know that I have a Humble Bundle affiliate link? You can find it down below if you're interested in like games or even books and stuff. They have a lot of game dev software and shit as well. I do apparently not have a functional command. Humble Bundle? No? Is Streamlabs... Oh, there we go. Just took a while. Yeah, I'm doing great. Just solved the game dev issue last night that's been bothering me for a while. Nice, man. GG. Gotta get that affiliate though? Exactly. Ever tried KeyPass XC? I have not. So is that for like... Oh no, that is a password manager as well. Okay. I haven't. I have not. Are you using that one? Do you like it? The only thing I would say is that no matter what, like, everyone should have a fucking password manager. Password managers, it seems annoying first, like, set it up and stuff. Takes a while with, like, all the accounts that you might have. But holy shit, it's so worth it. Like, life with a password manager is just fucking convenient. Never have to remember a single password ever again, except for, you know, your master password, obviously. But it's so nice. It's so nice. I don't know why I did not get a password manager earlier. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. And I would fucking highly recommend a specific one, but they didn't want me as an affiliate, so I'm not gonna do that.
30. Great. Let's make the duration of this
Not salty whatsoever.
Seconds. I am going to make the lifetime speed.
Encrypts everything and is local. It also measures your password strength. And it's open source. Ooh, interesting. I think mine has all of those aspects as well, except for the open source parts. Just bought something from Humble Bundle yesterday. I'll remember your link for the next time. Cheers, man. I appreciate that.
And start size, all random between two constants. For the lifetime, let's go 0.85
Creating
and
particles from a texture with multiple sprites.
And for the start size, 0.2
Rotating, I don't want to...
I'm also going to change the gravity modifier
Oh,
to
based on the
random
tag
direction. And make that
1 no, I don't think so.
1.5. Let's also turn
I want to see what this
collisions
sub-emitters thing is, and then I feel like we can start playing around with this.
Nothing's changed yet, so we want to open that up. We definitely don't want planes. We want to select world and mode. We want to set that to 2D.
Also, it allows you to make recovery key to a dongle. That's kind of rare nowadays. Oh, I see. Yeah, that could be pretty good. Like having the... Because a dongle, that's like a... Yeah, exactly. It's basically like a USB stick kind of thing, right? Yeah. But like a key rather than a memory. I do think that kind of stuff seems really good as well in terms of like cybersecurity. Like actually having like a physical key. So you could have the, you know, the mix of having the digital password or whatever, and then also have like a physical key. Like you're pretty safe at that point. It's basically another type of two-factor authentication, isn't it?
And now it's going to collide with absolutely
Cybersecurity is fucking interesting, man.
anything that has a collider. So
it's also stressing me out. Like the first time I ended up reading a full book on cybersecurity, and then spent like the next 2 months just fucking, you know, making sure that everything I had was as safe as possible. Because the more you learn about it, you kinda it does freak you out a little bit when you realize like vulnerabilities and stuff, and like how many of them there might be.
Let's go ahead and I'm going to change that to...
In the end, what I'm trying to say is just get a fucking password manager.
Just ground. So these are bouncing around like crazy and I don't want that. So I'm going to change the bounce to 0. And now they're sliding all over the place and I don't want that either. So I'm going to change the dampen to 1. Okay, let's...
Yeah, I feel like this is a system definitely worth learning. It feels like you can do a lot of polished stuff with this.
Also enable color over lifetime. Always nice to get a nice fade out. Let's also open up emission and get rid of rate over time and add another burst. Let's turn off looping. While we're up here, let's change stop action to destroy so that just like the other one, it doesn't end up clogging our scene. It'll destroy itself when it's done playing. I'm also going to change the size over lifetime.
But what is this sub-emitters?
I'm going to make the starting point 0.7, just like that. That's great. Now you can see as we're shooting them out, they're still perfect circles. But if we go down here to renderer and we change the render mode from billboard to stretched billboard, now you can see they're orienting themselves in the direction of their velocity, which looks really nice. Now I would like some sort of reaction to happen when these things actually collide with the ground. So we want a sub-emitter. Go ahead.
Okay. So that would be like, okay, a sub-emitter then is basically if this particle hits something else, if there should be like another particle effect.
Select that and open it. And we want to create a sub-emitter on a collision. Let's click the little plus button right here to create a new sub-emitter particle system. What that does is that'll create a new child particle system called sub-emitter, and it'll automatically assign that right here. So you can look here and you can inherit a few things if you want, or you can totally change everything yourself. So off the bat, it's looking a little bit weird.
Not sure if that's something I need at the moment, but good to know about.
Our parent particle system, the lifetime loss here is set to 0, which means that the particle is sitting there on the ground, not dying right away, and it's just spawning.
I feel like I have almost enough to start working on this. Here's the video we've been watching on particle systems. Make sure to go and like it, all of that good stuff. Let's see if we can play around with some particles. Wait, let me actually keep that video up in case I wanna double check something later. Okay, so I want to make a particle effect when you pick stuff up. Most rooms are gonna be dark, so I suppose we should try this in a dark room. Which is actually really easy. I could just fucking turn off the lamp in here and we have a dark room. I suppose that is the easiest way of doing it. Let's do scene. Yeah, let's do it. Let's turn off the lamp, but just now this room should be completely dark. Yeah. And then what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna find a few batteries. I'm gonna put them here in the scene. Just so we have some stuff to test out. Yeah, should be good. Okay, so we make a new empty game object, and we're gonna call this something like maybe dust particles. Dust pickup particles. Small dust particles, maybe. So what? And then I add a... Did I add a particle system? Okay, so this is... Oh, no, now we have something. Interesting. If it clicks with you, you should try to invest in it, or just take it as a future plan. Wait, for which thing? Or instead of a pause manager, why not be a smart person and record everything in your head? Yeah, but that's a lot. Like, I think most people don't realize how many accounts and passwords you actually have. Like, when I started setting everything up for my password manager, I was... Like, I knew there would be a lot of accounts. I did not think I had as many accounts as I did. Like, when you start thinking about every fucking platform you signed up for and stuff, there's a lot of them. Oh, cybersecurity. If it clicks with you, you should try to invest in it, or just take it. Yeah. No, I think cybersecurity is fun. I did a few online, like, cybersecurity courses, just for the fun of it, and it's really interesting stuff. I mean, it's kinda... I find it to be kinda hard to maybe divide my attention between both development and cybersecurity. So right now I've been quite focused on specifically development, but I would definitely not mind learning more about cybersecurity. It's interesting stuff. Done, sweet. Also, a nice idea that I think you would like is to make dust that only appears in the light tone as the flashlight or lamplight. Yeah. You know, that dust appears only when the sunlight is there. Yeah, exactly. I think that would be good. And I think it's quite easy as well, because we would just make it a lit material. That would mean that the closer it is to the light, the more lit up it's gonna be. And if it's outside of the light, it's not gonna be visible. So I think that's a good idea. One thing that you could do is to create a personal pattern for your passwords. Only you can understand it, and it's unique for every password. Yeah, that is still better than, like, reusing passwords, absolutely. Like, I used to do that before I had a password manager. Like, I had unique passwords everywhere, but there was some type of pattern to it, basically. Like, if you knew the pattern, you know, you would be able to figure it out. Which definitely is better than, like, reusing passwords across multiple accounts and stuff. But it still doesn't beat the password manager, which is, like, completely unique, non-readable passwords for every site, you know. But it's definitely better than reusing. Okay, so now it seems like we have some issue where this stuff is not visible. Did I miss something, or is it just not set up correctly, I wonder? So he made a new game object, right? Oh, but he makes... Oh, he right-clicks and makes a particle system. Maybe that adds something else. Oh, there's also the... Is this a... No, this is a rect transform. Do I need to make this a non-UI element? Maybe. Wait, let me see. Is it different if I do this? Where did he even find this? Visage tile map, 3D object, effects, particle system. No, it's the same. Oh, it's not magenta or whatever the color is called anymore. It's still not visible though. Why is this so small? I can barely read this. Can I make this bigger? Let me do this so you guys can see what I'm doing. One thing I like to use was to use the Fibonacci sequence. Ooh, I see. Isn't that a common like programming challenge as well? Like to make a Fibonacci sequence. Or to calculate one or whatever. Okay, how do we make this visible? What is making it non-visible in the scene? Is it lit maybe? Oh, I bet that's it, isn't it? Emission? No. Shape? Is this it? Cone. Random mode. Texture? None. Where did he set up the... He made a material, right? Renderer? Yeah, sprite. Okay, it's lit. That's why. So if I would have the light on, we might actually see this. Let me turn on the lights. No. That still looks very much invisible. Gravity start color is white. Let's see if we can just brute force this. I am a little bit annoyed at how small this text is though. Can I not increase this? Because this is smaller than every other inspector. I suppose that is because there's so much stuff going on here, but I would kind of like the normal size. I have almost 200 entries in my password manager. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, we definitely tend to have more accounts than I think we realize. Just like, before you had your password manager, if I would have asked you, how many accounts do you have? I don't know if we would have expected to have that many. I don't know about you, but I definitely didn't. Because when you're just thinking like from this, like straight from the top of your head, you go like, yeah, you know, obviously I have quite a lot of accounts. I have this and that, but yeah, maybe I have like 50 or something. And then you look and you realize that, you know, you have a total of like fucking 500 accounts, and you're like, okay. Because I bet that you've missed a few, right? You definitely have had accounts at some point that's not in your password manager. I definitely do. There's definitely some website or account that I've just forgotten about. I tried to be pretty thorough though. I think I got most of them, but there's no way I got all. I was not using it in its pure state. Of course I was doing more than just yeah. I suppose you were using the Fibonacci to like change the pattern somehow or whatever it might be. Password to Area 51 mainframe terminal, security 123, yeah. That's a good type of passwords in it. Okay, do I need to rewatch this? Because I don't know what I'm doing. Why is this not visible? His one is visible immediately, but he's making this as a... He's not making this in the UI system. I am putting this on the UI system. So do I need to make you a normal like game object instead? Is that it? Maybe. Effects, particle system. Okay. And I bet you're still lit now. Oh, it seems to be reacting, but it's not in front of the room. Oh, is it the fucking... It's the y-axis. Ah, okay. Yeah, it was like behind it. Oh, sorry, the z-axis. That was the issue. Now it is visible, and if we turn on the lights... Oh yeah, look at that. What's up, Acrylic Pixel? How you doing? We are currently trying to learn the particle system. One of the Unity systems that I have actually never worked with. Ladies and gentlemen, Also, don't forget to go and check out Acrylic Pixel, very talented game developer who was one of the co-developers of probably one of the best horror games. No, it actually is the best horror game I've ever played. 10 bells. So go and check him out. Show him some love. Good shit. Good shit. Good fans? Oh yeah, it's advanced so tricky. Yeah, I don't know. I have never used it. I've never gotten... I don't know why, because I probably would have had use for this in other games, but I just never ended up actually looking into it. But I do think this is a system that's good to learn, right? It seems quite powerful in terms of like polishing and feedback. So yeah, just trying to see if I can figure this stuff out. So does it matter then? Because maybe if the Z-axis was the issue, maybe I could have this on the UI canvas? Because almost my entire game is on the UI canvas. Let me just see out of curiosity. If I do effects, particle system. No, because here the Z is set to 0, but you're still not visible. Lit default. So this one is only visible. Okay, so what if I change the Z to a higher number? 500? A lower number? Minus? Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, I think I want that because... No, it does seem like my post-processing does affect both, no matter what. Also, no worries, man. So I guess it doesn't really matter then whether I do it in the UI canvas or as a game object. I feel like I'm... Oh, it depends on where it's gonna instantiate it though, right? That's really the difference. If I just use the normal instantiate with a position, I assume it's going to just create it without a parent, right? So in that case, it might actually be better to use this as a non-UI element, maybe. Because then I don't... Otherwise I need to worry about like setting up the correct parent and the correct transform position. Because if I would move this one here now, it's not visible. So yeah, I think we're gonna do this as a normal game object. One of the few ones I actually have in the game. Okay, so these look to be perfect squares. So something I would like to do is to make sure that these are... Well, I do know I want stop, action, destroy, right? Which should be fine now since we're looping, right? Think so. Oh, did you stop now? None. Looping. Maybe I have to click play. That's probably a good idea. Okay, so size. Start size 1. Well, that depends. This needs to be 1 pixel. Oh, that changed the direction. Interesting. Wait, is this gonna... I hope this is gonna scale with the screen size now, right? What happens if I go like 4K? Well, that looks the same, to be honest. What if we go native resolution? It does look the same, so that we should not have to worry about scaling. What if we do something that's not 1920, like 1610? No, it seems fine. It seems fine. Okay, so start size. Does this scale? Is this for? Does this change the particles? Oh, it does. Or I should change the start size, I presume. Interesting. So we want to make this 1 pixel.
Spectacular One is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
What's up, Spectacular? How you doing? Let's do it. Let's stand up. Okay, this looks way too small, right? And Shizai? Well, on the topic of cybersecurity, follow the following rules for optimal security. 1. Tell nobody your passwords. Tell nobody how you store your passwords. 3. Tell nobody that you have passwords written down in real life, if you do. 4. Tell nobody what you associate with a strong password. Yeah. No, I think those are all fair points. Even like, and I am sometimes surprised at the amount of people who don't follow rule number 1, to not tell people your passwords. It's actually kind of surprising. 0.06, is that gonna be 1 pixel? That actually looks pretty close. Can I pause this? Is that 1 pixel? It looks pretty. Is it a little bit big? Yeah. Oh wait, I might be changing the size. No, I think it is a little bit big. 0.05 maybe? No, it kinda looks a bit small instead. Doesn't it? Yeah. I should be able to calculate this, right? What's up, Spectacular? Doing good, nice. Playing some Kingdom Come. Ooh, nice. Are you enjoying it? Is it the second one? And did you play the first one? What's the size of the pixel in the environment? Something. Well, I'm scaling the other one, so I need to descale this, I suppose. Because I suppose that... No, wait, 1 is not a pixel here. Because I'm playing in 1920p. Yeah, it's easy to just brute force this, man. 0.55, I think that might be good. That looks perfect. That is 1 pixel. I'm playing the first one now. I was like, hey, the second game is out now, I should check the first one. I was actually considering it too. I did add the first one on my wishlist. Are you enjoying it? I've never played either one, but you know, it looks like a pretty cool game, to be honest. I think the only thing that's kind of keeping me back from giving it a go is the fact that it seems like it's a massive game. Where I kind of go, do I currently have the time to play that game? Do you know what I mean? Don't play Kingdom Come 2? Why, Raka? Is it because of the time as well? It's massive? Yeah, I knew it. If everything is 1 by 1, then I think varying the particles from 0 to 1 might be a good idea. It can give a sense of depth now. But then we are doing pixels, right? Which I'm not sure if I want. Because then we are doing mixed pixel sizes. And you know me, maybe to a fault, I am a little bit of a pixel art purist. Are you planning on blurring these for a DOF? I do think of blurring them. Definitely gonna, I think, lower the opacity of them. What is a DOF? Oh. I don't think this is what I mean, but apparently a doof? Oh, it's South African and can mean stupid or uninformed. I think they're pretty... How do you...
Duff.
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 Duff. Interesting. I don't think that's what you meant. Oh, depth of field. Oh, I see, I see. Maybe. So what would that be like? Blurring them more the further into the room they are? Is that what we're thinking? Or the more away from your sight they are? Yeah, lighted shit is funny. Nice. I did watch a little bit of Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 gameplay. It seems very similar, to be honest. At first when I looked at it, I didn't clock that it wasn't the second one. When did they actually release the first one? Does anyone know? I mean, 0.1 to 1.0 in size. Scale size. But do you mean that we would, in the particle, we would change the size during like the emission or whatever? Because I do understand that might look pretty cool. We might, I'm not sure. So that is technically mixed pixels, which I have managed to go this far without ever mixing pixel sizes. Unless I'm still misunderstanding you, which is very possible as well. Just having them be blurred, when you're focusing on the room, it would be blurry. Oh yeah, I suppose that is true. Maybe not for these, because this is, the one I'm doing now is when you pick up an object. I want a little bit of like a subtle dust particle burst kind of thing. Those I might keep, but maybe for the ones in the room, like the actual slow moving dust particles that we might always have, blurring them could actually be a pretty good idea. Because it does make sense, because for those dust particles, you would look through them, right? So that you are correct that they would probably end up looking a bit blurry because your eyes are not focused on where they are. Does that make sense? Whereas for this they kind of would be, because I'm looking at this battery, and when I pick it up, the dust would be in the same spot as the battery. I thought this was for the dust particles. So it is dust particles, but not the room and dust particles. This is just like the pickup particles. But no, it's a good idea. I think for the ones in the room, we should try making them blurry. Maybe not blurry to the point where you can't see it's a pixel, but maybe doing a slight blurriness, get some kind of balance there. Could be kind of cool. 2018. Oh wow, it's actually quite recent. I am a boomer, so I do consider 2018 to be recent. Just so you know. But yeah, oh, I actually thought it might have been older. Interesting. Have they made any other games, you know? I don't even know who made it. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Did I spell that correctly? I didn't. Well, I'm not gonna show you guys how I spelled it. Oh yeah, I looked at this before. Warhouse Studio. Oh, this is... Oh, it is really only Kingdom Come Deliverance. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I thought it was the ones in the in front of the chat. Yeah, I understand. No, and there I think you're right. It might actually look kind of sick if they were maybe a little bit more lower opacity and then slightly blurred. Could look kind of cool. No, no spec. No, that is not. I can tell you that is not how I spelled it. Would be funny though. Interesting having such fucking massive, well-regarded games. I wouldn't have suspected that those were the only games from the developers. Is he a big studio? Was it Warhouse Studio? Was that it? Oh, of course you're playing it. It's a Czech video game developer. Wait, a Czech video game developer. By Dan Vavra and Martin Klima. The company was acquired by PlayOn, an Austrian media company. 28 operating income, 28 million Czech koruna. Is the Czech koruna close to the Swedish one? I don't remember. I know it's also less than $1 or like a quid or whatever. It's okay, it's half a crown. Okay, so in Swedish crowns this would be like ish 15 million. That's quite a lot. The main person behind Kingdom Come made Mafia 1 and 2? Oh! I see, I didn't know that. Dude, Mafia 2 was a sick game. I never played the first one. I did play the third one, which I think had different developers. I was not a huge fan. Dude, I bought a new GPU specifically to be able to play Mafia 3, and then I ended up being like heavily disappointed. Okay, they are actually quite massive. I think. 250 employees. That's considered big, right? Actually, does anyone know, what do you consider like a big game studio? When is a studio massive? When is it big? What's like a medium size? Because I know like indie or like a smaller studio, I would probably say is something like 10 and below maybe. Maybe 20 and below would still be considered like a small studio, I think. I don't know, I suppose it is subjective. How many does the biggest game studio have? Biggest game developer studio. But this is depending on revenue, which is not really what I want. But like Sony. But would this be the entirety? Because this might be more than just the... Like they have 12,700 employees, but is this more than the game industry? Or Sony... No, interactive entertainment, that should be games. Okay, so this is probably among the biggest then. 12,700. Nintendo. $7,700. EA. Oh, they're actually bigger than Sony. 13,700. Oh, Microsoft Gaming, 20,000. That's the biggest one. From Software maybe, they've been making games since 1980. Oh yeah, I wonder how many they have. From Software employees. Now has over 400 employees. Still quite large. June 2024 they have 423 employees. It's not massive, but it's definitely a big studio. I'm already planning to do a second playthrough when I'm done. Oh really? No, I'm being nice, building reputation with people, etc. I want to do a little bit of more unhinged playthrough. You can be really mean there. Oh, interesting. I mean, that kind of stuff is fun though, when it's kind of open-ended. And if you feel like your actions affect the game. How would you classify a mid-sized game/game studio? AA. But I want to know like employee numbers. Like that's what I want to know. Like, how many employees is considered like a small or big studio? 50 to 100? Would you say that is like a mid-size? I think that kind of makes sense. I think below 50 sounds reasonable to be considered like a smaller studio. Below 10 would kind of potentially even be considered like a really small, or maybe depending on the exact company, maybe even like an indie studio, you know? And then like maybe a big studio has somewhere between like 100 and 1,000. Anything above 1,000 is like a massive one. Well, that feels pretty reasonable. I don't know why I care about this. It's just interesting seeing like how people think about this. Like when you consider something big or small. Because it gives you a little bit of insight into the game world, I suppose. The professional one. Can I disable this orange outline? Because it's actually just kind of annoying. It doesn't show me how it actually looks in game. Is there a way to disable that? Do we have something here for particles maybe? Built-in components. Particle system force field. Particle system. Is there not a way to hide this? The orange outline? Let me know if anyone knows how to do that. Okay, so I think I want them to start almost at the complete midpoint, and then obviously they shouldn't travel past the entirety. This should be a kind of small burst, I think. Max particle size. Well, currently I'm not changing the size. It seems like we already have fading out. Well, actually we don't. It's fading out because of the light, right? Because if I turn off the light... Yeah, so it's naturally. I do think we want to make it fade out by itself. Oh shit, what did I do? Oh, we went into 3D for a moment. I do think I want to make them fade out by themselves. Where did I do that? I think that was color over lifetime, right? If I enable this. And then let's see, I assume this is the starting color. And this is the end alpha. And then we turn off the light, you should still fade out. And that does look to be the case. Okay. I think you need to disable selection outline in the drop-down of the top of the scene window. This window. Animation, audio, sequencing, analysis. Layouts, search. Rendering. No, the active scene that are drop down at the top right of the window. Oh, you mean this one? Oh, selection outline. Oh, you're right. You're right. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. That's much better. Now I can kind of see it the way it... Oh, these are changing size though, right? Or is it just fading out? Maybe it does a visual illusion. No, they definitely changed in size somewhere. I don't think I want them to change size. Start size. Do I have like an end size? Shape. Oh, this is the shape from where and how it's spawning, right? So, angle. Yeah, I do think I want it to be like slower and not as broad. Where's the radius? Radius thickness? So I want to change the spawning thing. Arc mode. Emit from base. I could select volume. Emit from base. Cone. Sphere. Did that change it? No, it still doesn't look like it's emitting from the base. Cone was the one that made you a little bit, gave you a bit more of a 3D effect, right? I think I want this inner circle to be smaller. Okay, we have an ad break running. I'm quickly gonna run and get a bit more coffee, and I will be right back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. We are back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Appreciate it. What's up, Brainerd Games? How you doing? I see particles? Indeed. We have started playing around a little bit with the particle system. It's a lot, definitely, but it also seems very powerful. How you doing, Brainoid? Maybe I should change my title for this. Is particle system good clickbait? Learning the particle system. Sure, let's try it. Ask me anything about particles? Noise. I think the main thing I want to do now, I think I need to bring this inner circle in somehow. Just I want them to just now some are appearing like out here. I want it to almost start only in the actual center. Arc random. And then here we have... Potentially we could do something like this. Where maybe it only goes a little bit more upwards. Maybe we could have it a little bit... Maybe a little bit like this or something, and then we just rotate the entire thing. Was that rotation on the Z-axis, right? Minus 20. Yeah. Maybe something like that. Minus 25. Okay. Is this circle to represent the flashlight? No. This is, exactly, it's a particles for picking something up. I'm thinking that when you pick up an object, we should have a little subtle, like a dust particle effect. Kind of a little bit extra visual feedback when you pick something up. I feel like, but we do need it to be kind of subtle. So, and that's also why I think we needed to make sure that they spawn more exactly where the objects are. It shouldn't really be this wide either, actually. This should probably fade out a bit quicker, or I should just bring the radius down, right? Radius thickness. Oh, is this it? No, they're still spawning to... Oh, it did get better. But there's still some that are spawning kinda... Like, some are spawning all the way out here, which I don't think... Is that just the mode is random, maybe? Let's see, start speed. I feel like this speed might be kinda good, but I think the lifetime should be shorter. And then I think we want to make this... Oh, wait, but we also have duration. Oh, is that long? How long this would be? Is this in seconds? The length of the particle system emitting particles. If the system is looping, this indicates the length of a cycle. We probably want to bring that down. But I know that in the tutorial he showed the burst thing as well. Which we probably want to make this a burst, right? Oh, we also looked at the noise thing, but that was mainly to add more randomness. Which I'm not sure if I need. Sub-emitters was if you wanna like have them react to collision or something. Can't believe he spelled it kingdom. Oh, that's funny. Gizmo shaping mode. To be fair, I could just bring this entire thing down and then just make them... Because I assume that the inner circle is where they... Like inside this they can spawn. And then this is like the outer one. So how do I... Because here I'm moving both, right? Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, this is more like it. We're getting there. Okay, there's still... Now I feel like they're going a bit quick and a bit too far. I suppose I can bring this one down though, right? Yeah. Maybe they don't need to start at start color. Let's maybe bring the alpha down a little bit. They never have to be pure white. Let's do like... Maybe just 0.6 or something? Yeah. We probably want less as well, right? Because this is a bit much. Billboard. Cast shadows? I don't know if that works. Oh, there's also some shadow bias. Okay, I think this seems good. Where did we see the, like, amount? Oh, was that in the mission? Yeah, rate over time, right? The number of particles emitted per second. 5? Yeah? Because it does need to be relatively subtle. But then we have the thing, we want to make this a burst, which I think is here. Yeah, burst, add. Interval, probability. I suppose 1 is 100%. Cycles, count. So does this override the rate over time? No, it doesn't. Okay, yeah, so this is what I want. And now count, let's put this at maybe 5. Maybe not. 10. That's not too bad. Okay, duration. 1. Oh, give me a little bit more. That's not too bad, is it? What's up, be your problem? How you doing? I come in the stream and the first thing I see in chat is Kingdom Come. Oh no. Oh shit. That's funny. Oh. Okay. How you doing, B? Hope you're doing good. You know, I kinda like the look of this. It might be a bit slow. But I think maybe we need the... start lifetime in seconds. The particle will die when its lifetime reaches 0. Yeah. Maybe? Can I hide the gizmo thing now? Where was that? Is it here? Scheiße. That one wasn't there before, right? Was it? Maybe it was. You know, I kinda like this. Maybe decrease velocity over time. Ooh, that's probably a good one. Yeah, because that would kind of happen, right? It would start going slower and slower. Yeah, that's a good one. So velocity controls the velocity of each particle during its lifetime. I can also limit. But no, I think we just use this one. And then we... Speed multiply the particle speed by this value. So over time, so do I lower this value then? No, just this seems to affect the full thing, doesn't it? I'm good at starting work, nice! Linear. Apply linear velocity. X, Y, Z. Local. Orbital X. Rotate them around the center. No. I don't think so, right? No. Basically gives them a bit of gravity almost. Okay, I think this is the one we want to change. So do I slow this down then? No. Bring it up. Well, it seems to be going quick on both. Maybe I do need to use limit velocity. There's also force over lifetime, external force. There's a lot of stuff here. Because I can't do it in emission, can I? No. Or does... maybe we have something here as well. Because we do have start speed 5. Start rotation, start color. No, it must be this. I told you that, but I have no idea how to do it. No worries, no worries. No, I think it's a good idea. The speed limit of particles over the lifetime. But this would then slow down all of them, right? That probably doesn't make a difference. This barely looks like it's affecting them. Dampen. Control how much the velocity that exceeds the velocity limit should be dampened. Value of 0.5 will dampen the exceeding velocity. Okay. Drag. Control the amount of drag applied to each particle during its lifetime. Dampen will make it slow over time. Oh yeah, maybe. Amisis with the raid. Welcome in, people. How you doing? Terve, terve. Have a great stream. I gotta run. No worries, man. Thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Let me throw a little shout out here to the one and only Amisis. Go and check him out if you haven't. Gale on a quest. Welcome in. How you doing? So if you're coming from Amisis stream and you don't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and we are currently developing a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. Trying the particle system for the first time here. I have actually never worked with particles before, so interesting stuff. Thank you very much for the follow, Gale, I do appreciate it. If you guys want to get a little bit of an impression of what the game is like, I can show you the slightly outdated teaser. What's up, Mirage Wolf? Welcome in as well. Here you guys go. There we go. Thank you very much for the raid, Amisis. I do appreciate ya. How are you guys doing? I was lurking a little bit in Amisis stream earlier. I think I might actually still be, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I think I am. What was he up to? What has he been working on? We're currently trying to make some pick up particles. So we have little dust particles whenever you like pick up an item. I feel like that could look kind of sick, to be honest. But like I said, I don't have a lot of experience with the particle system, so we're kinda learning it as we go. Okay, dampen. It definitely did make them move slower. What if I bring this down a little bit? But it seems like they're pretty much all... Ooh? No, that is better. I suppose this speed, the speed limit of particles over the lifetime, so that's set to 1, whereas our actual start speed is set to 5, right? Indeed. So maybe I should bring the speed here up to 5, and then we up the dampen. Oh, maybe I'll do it a little bit lower, right? So we do like 3.5. Okay, we are getting there, I think. No, I think it needs to be even lower. Velocity over lifetime right above limit velocity is also an option to control speed over time. I find that is more controllable. What are the particles for? Basically whenever you pick up an object, so I put a bunch of batteries in the room here, and I'm thinking that when you pick up an object in the scene, we might do a little like Satsu dust particle to give a little bit more visual feedback. That's the first thing I'm trying to do, and then I've also been considering maybe having a few dust particles actually move around in the room as well, so that you can like see them in the flashlight. Which is currently, there's not really a lot happening when you pick up objects, right? I'm thinking having something like this pop up could be kinda cool. And then maybe when you walk around, we could have a few like slow moving dust particles like in the flashlight light as well. I feel like that could look kinda cool. We do want to be China Satsu about it. It shouldn't be like too much, but dust sparkles would be cool. I do think so. Wait, what do you mean by sparkles? Or do you mean like this for the pickups? Okay, should we try velocity over lifetime again? Quack the Ripper, thank you very much for the follow as well. Welcome in, man. Okay, so here, but speed multiply the part, because this affects all of them, right? Doesn't it? I feel like the entirety of the speed is modified here. Or am I just misunderstanding this? What if I bring like these two down a bit? As well as this one? No. Oh, the flashlight dust you mentioned? If you click on the arrow on the right, I believe you can use curves. Ooh. Okay. Speed modifier. I can. Okay. So this is the speed, right? And this is the time. So over time, we want the speed to go down. Oh wait, yeah, it can't go below 0, because then it gets sucked back in. Yeah, this is more like it. Maybe we constantly have... we never go down to 0, they always stay moving a little bit. But kinda slow down at the end. I guess I can move this curve as well, right? Yeah? Yeah, maybe overshoot make it even a little bit quicker at first. Not by a lot, by a little bit. Make it look even more bursty. You can also add points to the curve, so the effect could be wibbly wobbly. Ooh. Ah? Let me see, can I up you even more? I can't see this whole thing, which is a little bit annoying. I don't know if I literally can go above 0 though, or above 1 I mean. Just, no, this is a speed modifier, I should be able to get that higher than 1. Oh, I changed the value here then, don't I? You look like you're having fun. I am. I actually, to be fair, I really do enjoy working on this game. I've been very hyped recently, to be honest. I'm excited. I feel like we're at a good point. We're making quite a lot of progress. So yeah, I'm very excited. And this is also fun, just trying something new. Just like I said, I've never worked with the particle system before, so it's kind of fun just trying it out. Okay, so how do I not show this gizmo thing? There must be a way. I'm not sure I had that one all the time before. I wanna see it without this circle thing. Well, I suppose I should play the game. I think scroll wheel allows zoom. It's been a hot minute since I used particle. Oh, I see. That might be the case, yeah. Because you can do it with the normal curves in like animations, right? I think this can look pretty neat. You know, I kinda like it. I actually kinda like it. So now we just need to make sure that we can actually get this to work as well. So let's go small dust particles. Not particles, particles. And then we have to, what? We instantiate this one whenever we pick up an item in the same location as the item. So let's go, where do I want to make animations? Audio, art. I guess this is a prefab, so I guess we're going here. Let's make a new folder. Let's call this one particles. Let's make this into a prefab. Now I should be able to delete this one. And then we go to items. It's an inventory item. No, I want a... No, we want a script for the collectible items. Which this one does not use. Let me do this. Key, basic key. Here, collect item on click. Because we want to do this every time we collect an item, right? I think. So now the annoying thing is, am I gonna... What's up, BMO artist? How you doing? Welcome in. How's it going? It's going good. We're currently learning the particle system, and so far so good, to be honest. It did actually seem a little bit easier than I maybe anticipated. Because it feels very overwhelming at first. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up, so some of you might get a few ads here, but we should be back shortly. Hope you're doing good, BMO. Great news then, indeed, indeed. Now we just need to figure out a way to spawn them in. The annoying thing is that I don't know if I want to set a reference here. Because that means I'm gonna need to call that reference or set that reference each time I make a new item. Is it mad to have like a particle manager? And I just have this one call a function in that manager to like spawn in a certain particle effect at a certain location. That might actually be better, to be honest. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it that way. I don't know if that's a normal way of doing it, but that is how I'm gonna do it. Sounds reasonable to me. I think it does, doesn't it? I think it sounds reasonable. I know some people are a little bit against having these managers, because I think, as far as I understand it, I don't know shit, but as far as I understand it, particles cannot go against the object-oriented programming, doesn't it? What's up, Hillfoot Games? How you doing? You can never have too many managers. A man of my what the fuck is the expression? A man of my... Holy shit, I'm so bad. There's some expression here. Fuck it, I don't know. You're right. That's what I'm trying to say. Why am I trying to be fancy? Yeah. You have a particle manager as well, right? Or something similar. I think I saw that when I was starting your stream, when you were working on your particles. Man of my dreams. Okay, man. Okay. Let's not go too far here. Wait, why does this have a transform? Oh yeah, just never mind, it should have. Corporate office workers beg to differ. Did you consider making a twin animation to move the object from his position to the backpack? Ooh. I haven't actually. Like, we could theoretically do some calculation where we like move, like we kinda throw the object, kinda like almost like it's being sucked into the backpack kinda thing. Maybe that might actually be a good idea. Do twin pick up animation. Let me add it. Hillfoot Games out here fighting to keep my managing butt employed. One of the best game dev architects I know uses managers all the time. Yeah. No, I think it's the thing that in the end, whether it kind of goes against object-oriented programming or not, I feel like I think like Unity still kind of encourages it in a way. It's your game, you can do what you want. That is a fair point as well. That is absolutely a fair point. You know what? Fuck you guys. I want a manager, so I'm gonna make a manager. You can't tell me shit. I mean, you can tell me shit, but I'm not gonna listen to it. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's do a particle manager. Particle effects manager. Particle effects manager. Effects manager. Sure, who cares? I do. I don't have managers for particles specifically. I have an effects manager. Ah, which would have some particle stuff in it. Oh, I think that's what I saw then. What else do you do with your effects manager, if I may ask? Call it effects manager, you might want to add to it later. I do suppose that is a good point, actually. It's C#, of course it's object-oriented programming, yeah. I'm hungry, I want an effect manager instead. Just count and I have 33 managers in my project, damn. Yeah, I do have quite a lot as well, to be honest. And sometimes when I feel bad about making too many managers, I cannot cheat and I Like, I think if we check my game manager, I have a light manager in here as well, so I hide it on the same object, so you guys can't see in the hierarchy how many managers I have. And then I have some other stuff where sometimes I call something a controller. I don't know why, I don't know my mindset behind it, but it does the same thing as what I would have had a manager do, which is kinda, you know, another way of me just cheating the system, I suppose. I don't think having managers is a bad thing though, to be clear. I think if anything it kind of makes sense a lot of the time. Especially in terms of like having references and stuff. In all seriousness, I might use such a thing for pooling of effects so I'm not instantiating them and deleting them. Pooling is something I need to look into as well. Especially in terms of my audio system, because right now I might potentially be creating new audio sources for every single sound effect in the game. Potentially, allegedly, that's what I'm doing. I'm not saying that's what I'm doing, but I'm not saying that I'm not doing that. So theoretically, I think object pooling could be a kind of good thing there. You could add animations, prefabs, sounds, etc. Yeah, yeah, I suppose that is true. Yeah, it might be useful. So let's keep it as an effect manager. And what I think I want to do is to have some type of a event here. So we're gonna do a public. I suppose I could just have like one event and then we do some massive switch case in the effects manager. Or I do multiple. Public class. Because I could do like a effects event. And then we just have a constructor. So we do a public effects event where we pass in a. We could do like an enum for the specific effect we want. And then like a position for like where we want it and stuff. But maybe I should be more. So this should actually be more specific. This should be a particle effect event, I think. If there's tons of explosions and stuff, it can improve performance a bit. Depends on how you want to break it up. Call it effect object pool or something instead of effects manager, but that's just pedantry. One fun thing is that Unity particles is that you have a particle system as children of particle systems for fancy effects. Oh yeah, is that not kind of what I suppose that sub-emitter thing does? I suppose. Object pooling is more for optimization, so you can do it later too. Yeah, I suppose that is true. And also, I don't think it's too big of an issue, because so far I think my game is running really good. I haven't had anyone complain about the performance of the game. Because obviously it's not the most like, you know, performance heavy game. Like small 2D pixel art assets, barely no like physics or anything. Like it's not really a very demanding game. However, I do suppose there's still an argument that having like 100 audio sources created at runtime might not be the most optimal thing to do, but I'm not sure if it's an actual problem. Might still be good to look into it for like the sake of learning, I suppose. But we'll see. So far it is fully functional. I believe sub-emitters are for particles that emit particles themselves. Okay. But you can also have Unity particles and particle systems as children of particle. Oh, I see what you mean. So yeah, when I would instantiate this like particle system prefab, I could still have like child particle systems on that prefab that would also run at the same time, basically layering particle effects. That's what you mean, right? Rather than having them emit another particle, it would play multiple. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's actually, yeah, that's a good thing to keep in mind. Yeah, you really don't need to worry about it. I don't think so. How much would you say that you take like performance / optimization into account, Hilfert? Out of curiosity. Like big spots that emit smaller spots when they hit stuff, but it's been a while since I worked. Yeah. Notice, I think that's kind of the stuff you showed in the tutorial we watched with the sub-emitters. Just testing will test if you need to optimize it more. Ah, yeah, I suppose that is true. Because theoretically, as long as people don't complain about performance, I suppose there's an argument that optimization is perhaps unnecessary. That's what stuff like delay is for. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. During the prototype, not that much, just focus on making things work, yeah. One thing at a time, that's impossible. I do not understand how people work on one thing at a time. To be fair, we've been doing pretty good here. I've actually mainly been working on the particle system. But I am a little bit chaotic sometimes, I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I do jump a little bit back and forth. Like, I start testing one thing, I find something else while testing, and I'm like, oh, I'm just quickly gonna fix this as well. Which is a pain in the ass when it comes to Git commits and stuff. Because sometimes, you know, I end up having massive... Like, when I just go stuff, because I can't be bothered explaining all of the things I did. So I just have a fucking stuff commit. Like, maybe not the best practice. Potentially. To be fair though, I am the only one working on this project, so at least it doesn't affect someone else. At least in terms of code, I'm the only one. I generally don't think about it. I play the game in engine at 4K. If it starts to chug, I look at the profiler to optimize. I never optimize well. Okay, interesting. Yeah, to be fair, I have not really taken it that much into account either. Sometimes I do code stuff, just... If it takes 1 extra minute for me to make a certain method a little bit more optimized, I tend to try and do it, but that's more for the sake of learning and not for the sake of, like... Technically not for the sake of optimization for the game, if that makes sense. Optimization is for beta? Yeah, I suppose that is a fair statement as well. We're making indie games, not nuclear power stations, which can be pretty hacky. Yeah, tacky words too, I suppose that is true. Do you have ADHD? Not confirmed, wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised, but I don't have a diagnosis. But it wouldn't come as a shock to me if I did. Definitely some neurodivergency. Something is going on. I mean, I did speak about this a couple of streams ago as well. I do think there's no way I don't have some type of neurodivergency, right? It just can't be. Like, you can't be like me and not have some type of neurodivergency. I don't think so. What? No fucking idea. I'm not a doctor. I'm gonna try and not sit here and self-diagnose myself, because I don't know, frankly. But definitely something, right? I think that's the case. In my opinion, also in production, if no one complains about performance, no need to optimize it. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's kind of the way I'm gonna go about it. Like, as long as people are not giving me feedback that they are having issues with performance, I think I shouldn't really worry about it. It might be worth playing the game at low resolution to see if there's CPU bound stuff too. 10 bells chugged, we baked the lights, ran at 4K, we carried on. Never optimized the code in that game, runs at 60 FPS on Steam Deck. Nice. Yeah, I suppose that is a good way of going about it. My understanding is that 4K tends to get GPU bound stuff. Lower res would let you find CPU bound stuff. Ah, I see what you mean. Yeah, maybe. I have a new divergency. It's a common case of gamedev. That's a good point. Yeah, maybe. My theory is that you have to be a bit different to do what we do. Yeah, I mean, you might be onto something, to be honest. Game dev probably counts as a neurodivergency. Maybe you're just a weird chicken man. Very possible as well. Yeah. No, maybe. I do think... Because, I don't know. As a like solo developer, to spend this much time on a single game when... How am I chicken? How am I chap? I do suppose that like you need to have a little bit of a obsession, don't you? Like, can you really do this kind of stuff without a bit of a obsessive personality? I don't know. I don't think I could. I think a lot of stuff I've done in my life, I kinda, in some regard, thank my slightly obsessive personality about. Because I get really like, you know, hyper-focused on stuff. Kinda let stuff take over my life a little bit at times, you know. But a lot of the time I do think it's kind of a good thing. Obviously it's a bad thing as well, there are disadvantages, because sometimes I might let other parts of my life get a little bit, you know, put a little bit on the bench. Is that an expression? You know what I mean. Like, I might deprioritize. I might not prioritize other things that maybe I should sometimes as well. So it's all devalue, yeah, I suppose. It's all pros and cons, I guess. By the way, I like your bear. Dude, you almost scared me there. Beard, okay. Thank you, man, I appreciate it. I generally think it's the solo dev thing. I'm the exact same as you, but when I'm in a team, I do things very structured, one at a time. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I've never worked on game development, like with a team in that way, so very possible that maybe I would change my approach a bit. I mean, I would probably have to. Because the way I currently work, no team would want to work with me. Do you know what I mean? I probably would need to change it a bit. Because I do suppose that it is quite different, isn't it, to do the whole solo dev thing compared to working with a team. Like I said, personally, I've never tried it, but I do imagine that things change quite a lot. Even just stuff like Git summaries, descriptions. Like, I don't have to think about whether someone else understands this. I can just go, yeah, fuck it, I did some stuff. You know? Do you play guitar? Notice them in the background. If so, plan on doing music for any of your games. I do play a little bit of guitar. It's been a long time since I was like consistently or obsessing over guitar. I definitely don't play enough nowadays, I should say. In terms of making music for the game, currently not. So music and sound is actually the only thing that I'm not doing myself. So I have one of my mates who's, you know, a bit of an artist. So I have him do all of the sounds and music for the game, and then I basically do the rest. That's the current division of work. Which I feel works quite well, because I know that he's better, way better at music compared to me, because sound effects I could probably do. Music, I would end up just getting, you know, sound patches and stuff. Which, to be fair, doesn't have to be bad. I'm not saying there's anything bad about using a sound patch. But it's also having someone really putting the effort to make like custom stuff for the game is pretty nice. I find working on a team a bit difficult because demand avoidance and lack of flexibility in the schedule. Sounds and music are so important for horror games. Yeah, absolutely. That's great to have your friend help out. Yeah, indeed. And he's done a great job, to be honest. Like, even in the Game Jam version, because he was part of the Game Jam as well. He did all of the sound effects and music for that as well. And we actually did get a lot of compliments specifically on, like, the atmosphere in general, but a lot of it specifically for, like, the sound effects as well, which was nice to see. So I do agree, especially for a horror game, I think sounds are really important. And he's also, I think, ironically, he's probably played more horror games than I have. So I think that, you know, it just kind of works out. Do you know what I mean? It gets a little bit more tricky in terms of like potentially when I want to make like a company. If I want to make a company for this stuff. I don't know exactly how we're gonna fucking do it, like legally speaking. That's the only thing that's like stressing me out a little bit, because I don't know how this shit works. But I'm gonna figure something out. When I've done game dev as a team, I tended to fall in a lead position, which is kind of painful when I want to be coding. Yeah, I see what you mean. I suppose that's the case with a lot of fields and ventures, right? Like, ironically, if you are like really good at something, it raises the probability that you're gonna be put in more of like a lead position, which might actually in turn make it so that you actually do less of the thing that you technically are the best at. Does that make sense? I think there is some correlation there. Keeping everyone coordinated and ensuring nobody's sitting around twiddling their thumbs is rough. Yeah, who would be doing that? I'm doing so much code right now. Yeah. Yep. I wouldn't even know what you're talking about, to be honest. What can I give this person that won't overlap what I'm doing? Oh yeah, I see what you mean. You just need to keep the team small. Yeah. No, I do think, and I definitely want to keep a small team. The thing is just, because preferably I would like to do, I don't know, like Hilfert. Of course this can vary depending on countries and stuff. But like, because you and Acrylic Pixel made a game, right? So I assume that, but do you do it where you both have a company and you do some revenue split kind of thing? I don't know, if you don't want to get into this field, you absolutely don't have to, just to be clear. Just like, we split 50-50, okay. Between companies, is that how you do it? Or as individuals? Just out of curiosity. Like I said, if there's anything you don't want to answer publicly, don't do it. It's completely fine. I don't know if I would ever be overstepping or whatever, so I just want to make sure I'm not. Most indies would never be more than 3 to 5 people. That way you're still in the pit making the game. Yeah, that is true. What's up, Rogi Dev? How you doing? Now you're good, man? Cheers. Yeah, there's some sort of concept where you always get promoted past what you should be because you excel at something. They promote you, eventually you get promoted past your skill. Yeah, you cannot get promoted into a different area, right? Because like being, I assume, I don't really know what the fuck I'm talking about, so take it with a grain of salt.
gamedev is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Cheers, let's do it. But theoretically, like, being in a lead position is very different from doing the work that you are leading, right? It's almost, just, it's a different skill, like coordinating people and stuff. Like that's different from like developing. Regardless of the work amount done, we split 50-50 between Hilfert and Acrylic. Okay, after Steam and taxes, etc. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is kind of the way I would do it as well. Like, preferably, I would like to do like some type of revenue split after, as you said, like after expenses. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. I was a creative director. It is very different gig. You're a composer, not a musician. Oh yeah, that's an interesting way of putting it. Yeah, I suppose that is true. And it's kind of the same with developer. You go from being a developer to more of a organizer kind of thing. Like, you're pulling the strings on the other people instead, right? But you're probably not, as you said, in the pit, like writing the code as much. Yeah. The only thing is that, just the thing I struggle with in terms of like the legal stuff is the fact that I feel like if at least with like Sweden's legal system, I think if I make a company, I can't do a revenue split with another person. Does that make sense? Like a company can't do a revenue split with an individual. I don't think that works in Sweden, as far as I know. So in that case, I would either have to pay him up front, which I think neither of us would prefer. I think both would actually prefer doing just a revenue split. For me, it's less risk, and for him, it's more potential, if you know what I mean. It's more risk for him, but it's more potential. But then I don't know if I would end up having... Because here's the thing, I don't know if I want to put the work on him to be like, you need to form a company to do this. Like, preferably I wouldn't do that. So then I don't know if maybe the other thing, if we're gonna do like some revenue split, if I have to like potentially make a company and make him like a part of the company, but then with some like contract thing about like what we're splitting on and stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna need to fucking hire a lawyer or something, because I don't understand this shit. Yeah, you need to be a people person, but you also need a vision of the entire project. Whereas people in the pit are focused on smaller pieces. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Are co-ops a thing? Not sure if that structure would allow a revenue split. I suppose it would. Yeah, I'm actually not too knowledgeable on it. How that would work specifically in Sweden. But the thing, yeah, I don't know. The thing is that, like, it would be weird, because I imagine that if I make a company, I probably want to use that for all my ventures, right? Like, I would probably use the same company for, like, my streaming stuff. So now it becomes a little bit complicated, where, like, you know, obviously in that case, I can't have a company and do, like, a split. Like 50-50 on the entirety of the company, because that doesn't make sense. So, hey, I don't know. In the end, I think I need to just get some... I need to actually talk to like a lawyer or accountant or something, I think. Need to head out. No worries. Appreciate you, man. Have a great day. You as well, Hilfert. Always nice to have you here, man. And I'll catch you next time. Good luck, man. Talk to ChatGPT. Dude, if you also... What's up, Wakacha? Welcome back. If you think I have not yet asked this to ChatGPT, you don't know me. You don't know me. That's all I'm saying. Oh, that's funny. Okay, should we get some work done? Am I being too distracted? Maybe a little bit. It's fine though. Particle effect event. I guess we're gonna do an enum for the different particles effects we could have. I think. So we maybe do like a public enum. I feel like that makes sense. Cheers, Jade. Which we are gonna call... particle type, maybe? I don't know, I'm just trying something out. Where we could say... This is... The first one is going to be a small dust particle. And then if we add more, we can just add more stuff here. So now, when we call the particle effect event, we can pass in a particle type. Alright, this now needs to be effect manager.particle type called type. And then we need a... I guess we need to pass in a vector 3, right? For the position, I suppose. Effects, indeed. Is there anything else I need? Because then I think this one is gonna have the actual references to the specific particles. Or maybe... What if I just do a list of particles and we find that one and we instantiate that one? Ooh, that might be nice. I'm thinking, what if we do this? What if I... system.serializable. What if I make my own public class Can I call this particle effect? Or is that already a thing? It looks fine. I think that should be fine. And then instead of doing an enum, we should actually do a serialize field private. We should just do an array of particle effects called particle effects. Is this how I want to do it? Wait, so how do I pass in which one I want to use? Suppose I should pass in the index, or... No, I have something here that I can search for. That's how we do it. So we have a name. Maybe we find it by string. So each particle has like a public string name. Maybe. Okay, we have an ad break running. Sorry about that one. I'm gonna go and quickly reheat my coffee as per usual. I'll be back in just a minute or so. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Okay, we are back. Sorry, I might have forgotten to start the words on stream thing there. But I will leave it running for a bit. Let's move. I don't scam over here. I've never been caught scamming. I have to wait a little bit because I technically have a 3-second head start. Remove. Ooh, nice one, yeah. Do we have time to get all of them? Come on now, people. That should be one, right? No? Veer is a word though, isn't it? Like to veer. Is that not... kind of like steering a lot to a side or something? Like I veer to the right? No? I think it is. Over. Dude, my mind is drawing completely blank here. No. Is this a word? Oh, I didn't have time. Ever! Ah, shit, we were one word away. Oh, Rome! That might have been the last one. That might have been the last one. AE with 35 stars. Meowj 16, and I am a noob. Yeah, I'm gonna finish my coffee to the words on stream and then we'll get right back into coding. Okay, we have a lot of longer words here. Oh, shite. I think this is a word as well. Emperor. Ooh, nice one, Meowj. Oh, A. So close as well. There's still a 6-letter words as well. Huh. Romper? Okay. Oh no, we're missing an O, right. Here we have P. Just realize, is it this one now? No? It isn't. Ah, Moper. 1 star? That's me. Damn, AE on a fucking road, man. Holy shit. Okay, should we get back to some... Are we ready to get back to some coding? Are we ready for the code? The insanely entertaining code? Everyone loves code, right? Am I the exception to actually think coding is quite fun? Nah, I'm gonna win a dev. There we go. Code is fun. I think so too. I think so too. I know a lot of times with like devlogs and streams and stuff, people talk about how people don't like watching code. I kinda do. You know, I kinda like those quite technical devlogs as well, when people go into like a little bit of detail onto like how they actually made a certain system work and stuff in terms of the code for it. I think that kind of stuff can be quite interesting. I do understand though that it's not as... It doesn't
Chicken
apply...
man saying he's not a scammer is funny, cause it's a effing lie.
I'm gonna watch that video, I'm gonna watch that video. I promise, I promise. You know, when we get this effect for picking stuff up, I'll watch the video. No scam. I like it, but I'm an artist. I do it more if I had more time in the day. Yeah, I see what you mean. No, I do think I definitely understand that coding is a little bit more niche. Because here's the thing, if you're working on art for a game, I feel like almost any person can understand and enjoy seeing the progression of art, right? Whereas when it comes to code, I understand that it might be a little bit less approachable for people who are not coders. Whereas like even if you're not an artist, you can still appreciate good art, right? But if you're not a coder, it can be kinda difficult to appreciate good code. Do you know what I mean? I said that if you didn't want to watch, you don't need to. No, I'm gonna watch it. It seems interesting as well. But I want my 2K back? No. I'm gonna watch it. You know what? If I forget to watch it today, I'll refund ya. But I'm not. I'm gonna watch it. Vibe coding. What's up, Swizer? Bem-vindo. How you doing, man? Yeah, for viewing anyways, but backseat arting makes me not want to stream on it. Oh yeah, I suppose I see what you mean. It's easier to get more backseaters. I don't mind backseat coders, to be honest. But I can imagine with art it might be... I hate backseat gamers. Sorry, but I do. Like, in general, I'm one of those people that want to have as fucking pure blind experience as possible. So, you know, if I'm playing a game and someone goes like, oh no, you should go in here, you missed the thing, I don't like it. Because I'm like, yeah, but fucking, I don't want to know what's behind the corner, do you know what I mean? Let me figure it out by myself. Maybe I'm a little bit too, I don't know. Maybe I go too far, maybe, I don't know. So I guess I'm gonna do an object for a, no, I would do an object for a particle system, right? Particle, what is it called? Dust. Particle system. I think I want to reference that thing. Do I maybe need to be using... Do I need a namespace for this, perhaps? Is intelligence bugged? I think it might be intelligence being bugged. Let me quickly restart this. And then we want to open collect item on click. It's like talking on a language you don't know. Oh yeah, you guys don't like vibe coding? Vibe coding, I looked this up the other day, right? It's when you basically, it's AI dependent coding, right? That's what it means, really. What's the problem with vibe coding? It has a vibe in it. You know, ironically, I think you actually have a point. I think it's a really bad name, because people tend to use it as something bad, right? But let's be honest here, if you don't know what it is, and you hear the term vibe coding, that sounds pretty fucking sick. Like, it sounds like, you know, you're just fucking vibing, getting code down. It sounds good. It sounds like the, you know, vibe coding sounds like a good afternoon. Do you know what I mean? Am I crazy here? Okay, what are we gonna do here? We need to see if we need to reference, I think, a particle system. Particle system, yeah. Called particle system, sure. Particle type does not exist in type effect manager. Oh yeah, just I removed that one. Now, what I would like to do, instead of using this enum, is I think the effect manager, I think we should make a... We should have like a private array of particle effects. I think I rewrote the same thing. Let's call this particle effects. Makes sense. Now we need to know, when we call this event, how can we find the particle effect that we want? That is really the question. If I hear vibe coding one more time, I'll probably flip a table. First time hearing vibe coding. I mean, to be honest, I hadn't heard it until very recently as well. I think I found out what vibe coding was like maybe last week or something. So it's definitely not something I've known of for... I don't know when like people started using the term, to be honest. Oh, it is recent. The term was introduced by Andrzej Karpathy, which is a Slovak-Canadian computer scientist, in February 2025. So, you know, this is... It's a pretty new term, to be fair. Was listed in the Merriam-Webster dictionary the following month as a slang and trending noun. Interesting. So yeah, it is a quite new term. But to be fair, I do agree with Schweizer here that I think it's a kind of... Like, it sounds really good. Right? Vibe coding sounds like a good time. Which I suppose some people could argue that maybe they just mean that the people who are coding, being very AI dependent, they don't have to think as much about underlying systems. So, you know, they're just vibing, getting the AI to do this. I guess it kind of works. It's all over game dev and programming podcasts. Just tired of hearing it. Not that I even care about using AI assisted coding. No, me neither, to be honest. Just it's been taught to death. No, I think, for me personally at least, I don't mind using AI. I don't know, I wouldn't say I don't want to feel dependent on it. That's why the more I learned about code, the less I used AI, if that makes sense. Just in the beginning I used a lot of ChatGPT because I didn't know fuck all, so I couldn't write any code myself. But then I tried to like basically use ChatGPT to learn rather than just have ChatGPT like write everything for me. Do you know what I mean? I still use it every now and then, but specifically for coding, I use ChatGPT way less than what I did in the beginning, which I think is a good thing. Because I don't want to get into a habit of being too reliant on it. Because I feel like it diminishes my potential to learn, right? I'm gonna tell my kids that vibe coding is just programming with sunglasses on and some lo-fi tunes in the background. I think we should fix a new meaning for it. Because vibe coding sounds fucking cool. I think it should be when you're just in the flow state, you know, banging on some good music, getting a bunch of progress done in your code. I think that should be vibe coding. Whether you use AI or not. AI is hype for stakeholders because technology is not advancing that fast nowadays. Yeah, I suppose. That's probably a good argument as well. Okay, I do know that we need to have some type of a method to show an effect. So I think I'm gonna call this something like private void. Maybe instantiate particle effect. Where once again we do need to take into account where. No, because this is probably gonna be called through the event, right? So we would actually subscribe to the particle effect event with instantiate particle effect. And then we unsubscribe from this as well. And then here we would instead reference this one and do effect event. And this is where we're going to actually call the effect. So many investors are getting scammed right now because people saying AI in their pitch. Yeah, I could imagine. Because at some point it feels like people stop caring about what in practice people actually mean by using or having AI in the product, and it feels like people just hear AI and go like, oh yeah, this is gonna blow up, you know, which might not, you know, it might not always be the case. They stopped caring and started vibing. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Particle effect. I guess we do string name. That's the easiest way to find this. So we're gonna do string effect name and then the position where we want to instantiate it, right?
Cheers.
I think that's what we wanna do. Cheers, Gail. Let's check. How did he actually do it here? Dude, my habits have really started to change. Do you guys know? I'm starting to like crave tea now. Never thought it would happen. But I get little tea cravings. I think I'm actually starting to like successfully rewire my brain to not only want coffee every waking moment. Spawn damage particles. Instantiate. So he passes in damage particle. Is this a... That's a particle system, right? But then it probably finds the... Yeah, exactly. Particle system. But I guess that still does the prefab no matter what. Transform position quaternion.identity. Ah, I could probably have a conditional thing here, right? Where I say that the vector 3 is equal to transform... No, because I can't get the transform from here. No, because I can't check the listener. So what I would do is that I have the listener pass in. Okay, fuck it. I think we have to do it this way. Maybe spawn is an easier word, to be honest. So we do spawn particle effect. Particle effect event, effect event. And then now we want to check the name of the effect in the constructor, so that would be this one. We go effect event dot. Okay, so I don't think I can get that one. I need to save these somewhere. So we're gonna do a public string effect name and a public vector3 called position. And then here we're gonna say that this dot effect name is effect name, this position is position. And that should be all I need for the event. Me too, I drink too much coffee. I really did. I've actually gotten it down to where I basically drink 1 cup of coffee a day, which is, you know, multiple cups lower compared to what I did drink before. Basically, I used to drink at least like 3 cups a day. And when I say cups, I'm not talking about the measurement of a cup, I'm talking about like 3, you know, actual cups. So that would be, by the coffee measurement, that would actually be like 6 cups of coffee, which is a little bit much, probably. So what I've done now is that I basically do, when I wake up, I have a cup of tea instead, so I stop drinking coffee immediately in the morning. And then basically when I start the stream, I have my first cup of coffee. And so far it's actually working out quite well. Okay, effects event. We want to, yeah, dot effect name. We want to look for that one in our particle effects. So I guess I could do a for each. Yeah. No, but wait, is there not a method where I can check this more easily? We go effect, no. Particle effects dot, what can I do here? Do I need to have link? Because this is an array. I could make it a list as well. I can't check if it contains, just then I need to pass in a class itself. You know what, I'm just gonna make this work. So I'm gonna go for each variable particle effect in particle effects, I wanna check if the effect name, I'm gonna check if the particle effect dot name is equal to effect event effect name. I've said effect too many times now to the point where it doesn't sound like it's the correct word. Do you know what I mean? You guys ever get that? When you say a word too many times and all of a sudden it doesn't sound natural anymore? That's where I am with the word effect right now. Okay, so now we have a way to find this one in the array. So now we just instantiate it, right? We go instantiate particle effect. Where do we want to instantiate it? It doesn't have the effect anymore. Good one. What's up, Mitsutin? I hope you're doing good, man. And then we need the position, which is the that's the effect event dot position, and then we do quaternion dot identity, right? And then should we do one of those instances in case we ever want to do something? Wait, is this not working? Particle effect cannot be used as type parameter. See in the generic instantiate. There's no implicit reference conversion. Okay, so would I do .gameObject then? But he doesn't do .gameObject. Why does it work here? Because this damaged particles is not a game object, right? I am almost certain. Yeah, it's a particle system. So why... Ah, no, this is a particle effect, so I need to do this dot particle system. Ah, I'm just being a Dumbo. That's what I need to do. Yeah, because I was trying to pass in my class here, not the reference to the particle system. Okay. So this should work then, I think. Doing good, stuck dodge sitting, I gotcha. Stuck, are you not enjoying it? Are the dodges being chaotic? Okay, particle manager, particle effects. Let's do a new one. Let's call this small dust burst, maybe. Sure. And then the prefab is going to be particles here. Small dust particles, particle system. Now we need to make sure that we call this as well, so let's try it. What devs don't like about vibe coding is that it's not coding. Vibing is not the problem. Yeah, I suppose I see what you mean, yeah. I do see what you mean. Fair enough, that's kind of a fair point. When your kids grow up, there will only be vibing, no more coding. I would be kinda sad. You know what, I actually... And I bet a few of you would agree with me as well. Like, I quite like coding. I actually don't mind coding. I would even say I find it quite fun. I kinda like thinking in terms of code. You know? But it's like, I understand there might be a lot of people who wouldn't. Absolutely fair enough. But I do quite like it. I love it too. Yeah, I think it's quite fun, to be honest. Could also be me, you know, I do really enjoy language learning in general. Like, you know, learning how to think about stuff in a different language, which a programming language kind of is. It's kind of similar to learning a traditional language, I would say, because you still have to learn like syntax, vocabulary, all of this stuff. I don't know, I find it... I kind of like the challenge of it, you know? But good dogs, even though stubborn when going on a walk. I'm just started sitting them at my parents' place. Okay, gotcha. How are they stubborn? Like, do they only want to go where they want to go? They don't want to like follow you when walking, is that it? Dude, my family used to have a couple of dogs that were not the most obedient. Like, walking around in a town with those dogs would be a nightmare. To be fair though, they kinda grew up more on the countryside, so they were not really used to it. So I guess that is a pretty big factor. New, I think we call it a particle effect event. And then we need to pass in the name, so a string, which would be collect item on click. Maybe at some point we might want to have another one, so let's do a string called particle effect. And let's default this one to small dust burst. Because then I could override this if I ever want to. And then here we can just pass in the particle effect. And then we would say transform dot position. Does this give the world position? Yeah, because otherwise it would be local position. Right, makes sense. And that should be all we need to pass in, right? Effect name and position. think this should work. They like to pull. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Okay, let's have a look. Dude, I'm kinda excited to see how this looks. If it works, that is. So, that is not working. Why? I guess we do some debug logs, maybe? You publish particle effect event, you pass these in. Spawning particle effect. No. Let's do trying to spawn. And this means you found it, so in this case we should be spawning the particle effects. Let's see if those are being called. I did set up everything here, right? Small dust burst. And I defaulted this to small dust burst. That should be fine. I guess we can check here as well and see whether we actually see it being spawned. Which it is being spawned. It doesn't seem to disappear. Can I see where you are? Looks like the position is correct as well, right? That looks correct. Okay, it's not destroying them, but they're also not visible. What if I have the flashlight? Still not visible. But here it is visible. What's the particle effect for? I wanna do this little like dust particle effect whenever you pick up an item. I feel like it could look kinda cool. Stop action destroy. That doesn't seem to be working because it looks like the effect is never being destroyed. The length is 2 seconds. Because if I keep that prefab there, that one is gonna continue playing. Little details, always nice. Yeah, I do think so as well. I feel like this is gonna be good in terms of like polishing, right? Because this one is functional. But now I should instantiate that one whenever I click here. And we can see, is something changing here? Oh, the Z is actually changing to 90. Is that the issue? Maybe? Because this one, the one that's working, is set to 0. Maybe that's the issue? Do I need to actually say that I want this to represent rotations? Ah, but wait, it gets the position from the object, right? So is it because of my batteries? No. The Z position here is 0. But maybe one of these 0, 0, 90. The rect transform is at position 90. I suppose maybe that's the issue. Is this one playing? It is. If I change your Z position to 90, what happens? You are not playing. Okay, so we need to pass in 0, I think. So I think we say vector 3. Can I pass in the vector 2? No. Vector 3 position is equal to new vector 3 transform position dot x transform position dot y, and then I'm gonna default this to 0. And then we're gonna use this position instead here. And I think it should work. Ah, they keep playing though. Okay, I also think it needs to be quicker. I think it lingers a little bit too long. And it definitely... Oh, I still have looping on, don't I? Is that why they're not being destroyed correctly? If I turn looping off, is that gonna fix it? Because now that one goes one time. And then is it destroyed now? It is, okay. So yeah, I need to explicitly turn off looping. That kinda makes sense. No, that one is still... Oh, because I did it on the instance now. That's the issue. Okay, so let's actually remove this one. And then go into our small dust burst here. And let's change this in the prefab, set looping to false. Nice. It seems to be working. I do think we want it to be quicker though. I would say it seems a little bit slow. I guess we should do it when you pick up these as well. Yeah, it is a little bit too slow, isn't it? I think it needs to be quicker. Or maybe fade out quicker? I don't know if the actual movement has to be quicker, but like, I think the lifetime, the like duration of it needs to be quicker, like, or shorter. Let's also see if we can make this work when you like pick up the flashlight. Because that one doesn't have the collect item since it works a little bit differently. So I think we're gonna do something called particle effect on click. We need the eye interactable interface. We don't need you, don't need you, don't need you. Wait, is this gonna... No, this is gonna get the transform of the object, so that is fine. Let's default this to the same one, sure, since it's the only one we currently have. I think that's fine. Boom. Maybe for this one, should I change it so you could make it trigger somewhere else? I could actually make a vector 3, which we call something like position override. And then here we do something where we check like if... Well, this is gonna... no, actually, this is gonna default to the same as this, right? No, it's not. It is not. So do I need to make a bool as well, maybe? Because otherwise I should check if this is set to like 0, but that would mean that I can't make an override in the middle of the screen, so no, I don't think I want that. So let me do a bool, which... exactly, we're gonna call this override position. We're gonna default this to false. Position override. And then we can say if override position... You know, I could actually do this by default. So we get the actual position of the object, and then we check if we're supposed to override it, and if we are, we now say that position is equal to override position. Yeah, I mean that is technically what an override is, isn't it? So that kind of makes sense. Cannot convert O to Unity Engine Vector 3. Whoops. I should rename this. Boo! You guys like how I say it? This is pronunciation racism. I'm gonna cancel all of you. I'm messing. Override position. Maybe that's it. Maybe if I call this do override position. And then we have the position override. Yeah, sure. It's a little bit more descriptive, or it separates them a little bit more. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on the flashlight item, we just keep it like this. Let's apply this to the prefab as well and see if our new script works or not. It does indeed. I still feel like it... Yeah, I'm not entirely happy with the animation currently. Something... It feels like it is a little bit... It lingers a little bit too much, I think. Let's see, room 2, we have the badge item. I also want you to do a particle effect on click. It's gonna be the same one for now. This one probably needs to be bigger later on. Apply to prefab badge item. And then in the last room we have the map item, which I want to... This should also do the same thing. Apply to prefab item map. Now everything you pick up should have some type of particle effect. What do you think, guys? Yeah, that one needs to be bigger or something. It needs to kind of match the size of the object, right? Because that looked a little bit weird. That one kind of works.
Flawless.
Cheers, man. Maybe have it... Yeah, maybe do a little bit less in the duration. I do like it though. I do like it. I think we can tweak the specific effect a little bit. Maybe do a little bit less particles. I think I'm doing 10 now. Maybe do something like 8 or something. Looks decent with small objects. Yeah, I do agree that for like this one, that's a bit bigger. There's not gonna be a lot of these, but we probably have to make a little bit of a bigger particle effect for that one. Should we have particle effects whenever you click on something? Am I going too far now? Maybe I don't even need to do it only when you pick up items, but like, should there be a particle effect when you... Am I going too far now? I could be going too far now. Now that you know particles, you can make the rain in the window. Ooh, that's actually true as well. Maybe have it coming from the bottom of the bed. Yeah, that would probably look better. I mean, we could try actually. We could just do an override, right? Bad item. So if we do the same position. I'm starting to think if I shouldn't use effect 3 here and made it so you can only override 1, that would kind of be better, because then I could use the transform.positions x value and override the y value. Let's do this for now. Let's go boom and then boom. No. So this is the current position, but we would want it to be maybe like 5 pixels further down. Oh wait, this is the local position though, isn't it? But I could probably go to this vector 3. No, because that would just copy that value. Okay, wait, if I here copy position world, can I paste that? Here? I can't. What if I here paste the position world? And that actually gave me the same one, but I think this is local position. No, this is local position, I'm sure of it. So I actually need to find the world position of this one. Oh yeah, Meowth! Yeah, that's actually a good one. No, that's a good idea. So we actually remove this one. Yeah, I don't even really need the override. Like, if I want to override where this happens, we can just always do it using child objects. That's actually quite clever. So we do here, we do an empty game object, which we call particle effect. And then we do particle effect on click, no override position. But the way we override the position is to move this one down. Right? I made sure it starts at like the base instead. Yeah, good idea. Good thinking. That's almost easier because then we get to visualize it as well. Huh? Oh, we're not calling the onClick function. Because this is not iInteractable, so the interactable script is not... No, shit, this doesn't work. Unless I do... No, it does work. We just do a new one called trigger interactable on click, and we can reference another interface. You know, we have to think outside of the box here. Do you know what I mean? Look, we just made this one iInteractable. Then we serialize a private iInteractable called interactable. And then we do a void iInteractable.interact, where we say interactable.interact. So we just made this one as a little mediator between them to call the interact function on the other one. So now okay, we don't do a iInteractable, we do a game object interactable, and then we do do I even need this? Wait. No, because you don't have a raycast target. Otherwise, if I have this one have a raycast target, we could probably trigger it anyway. But this might be a useful script to have in the future though, because we could just do kind of the same function as we do when we interact here. Don't need to check this stuff. All we need to do... So here we have an array of clickables. So let's do a private. So this should be a iInteractable, right? Yeah. Right. Wait, what is default clickables? iInteractable. Array of iInteractable called... I'm gonna call it interactables. And then we do a private void awake, where we say that interactables get components. Okay, so it is equal to interactable dot get components iInteractable. So now we get an array, so we could have multiple here. Interactables. Wait, no. No. Wait, no, it's like this, right? Interactable. Is that what you mean? No, 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 no. This should be right. Are you trying to trick me, you little bugger? I'm messing. iInteractable array interactables. Oh, wait, this needs to be interactables. I think that might be what you meant. Sorry. Because that one definitely this needs to be the array. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. Because I was trying to assign this to the game object, which... yeah, that doesn't work. Cheers. Game object interactable. And then we say that this array is equal to that game object and all of the components that have the iInteractable interface. And then when we call the interact function, we go for each clickable in interactables. If the clickable is not equal to null, which means that we found the iInteractable interface, then we call interact on that function. Yeah, I think this should work. And like I said, there are other ways of doing this, I think. But I feel like this script could be useful in the future, so I don't mind it. Because now I can just take this particle effect, reference it here in the inspector, which you can't see, because my ugly face is blocking it. Let me apply this. That's gonna call all of the iInteractables on this one, which is gonna get the correct position. Interactables is equal to interact. Okay, we have some ads incoming soon. But it needs to be quicker, right? Yeah, I do think so. The duration is a little bit long on the effect. It feels like it lingers a little bit longer, which kind of makes it seem a little bit more cartoony in some way, or like less serious, which doesn't really fit the vibe. I think we want them to remain slow moving, but I think they need to fade out a lot quicker. I think that's the way I want to do it. Okay, let's see if this works. It does, and that is better, to be honest. Having it start at the base of a large object. We might do like larger ones later on as well, if we need. Because it shouldn't be two. We can basically just copy the one we have and make it slightly bigger. But I think that's good enough for now. Yeah, that's fine for now. It's fine. Yeah, it definitely looks better than before. Yeah, I actually quite like it. Let me check though if we can speed it up a little bit. Dust. How do I do this the best way? I think I'm gonna just instantiate you here. Let's turn looping on. Remind me to turn looping off. Thank you very much. Duration, 1 second. And then we have the emission count. I think we could lower the counts, maybe do like 7 particles instead. Cycles. How many times to emit the burst? Use the drop down to emit or repeat infinitely. So if I do 2 here, do I get... two bursts? Wait, what? What if I do non-looping now and then play? 1... No. Okay, I don't understand how that one works. Interval. Repeat the burst every n seconds. No. Probability 100%. Oh, so I suppose I could do like multiple different ones and like do 50% chance of each one. Oh, but could that make it so both appear at the same time? Maybe. Time. When the burst will trigger. Rate over time. Shape. Velocity over time. Color over lifetime. Renderer. Direction. Okay, so would I just lower the start line by speed? I guess I just lower the duration even more then. And if I do this 0.5. No, lifetime. This is what I want to change. Because as long as looping is off, the duration doesn't really matter. That's just gonna determine when we destroy it. But start lifetime, if I put U at 0.5, yeah, it becomes much quicker. So that is basically half. Let's see, let's apply this. No, looping is on. Go back, looping off. Apply. I told you guys to remind me. I'm messing. These fighters are looking at me like they're never eating while I'm eating. Yeah, I know that one. I think this is better. It's a lot snappier, right? Yeah, I think I prefer this. A little bit more subtle. Yeah. Like the particles? Thank you, man. I think that's better. I do think so as well. Because it feels, the longer they last, it kinda makes it feel more sparkly. I don't know, less realistic. It should be relatively quick. I actually quite like it, I must say. Need to remember to remove the one in the scene as well. Yeah, holy shit, this is good. This is good, I like it. I like it. Very simple little thing, but I feel like it adds quite a lot. Yeah, I don't know, it feels more rewarding, I think, to pick stuff up. Which is good as well, because we do want to give a little bit more of a rewarding feeling whenever you find like a new item, right? The mechanic itself feels a bit more juicy. Oh yeah, I still haven't done anything with this room. I did add one little extra placeholder room for the time being. Should we hide something in these as well? Should we look into game change to cleaning game now? Oh, that's a good one. I mean, yeah, it very much did, didn't it? Holy shit. Yeah, especially when we like spamming items in here. It's basically you just get score for like cleaning up the room. Oh, that's funny. It's funny. Yeah, I really like it. then it being lit as well, so you actually only see it if the light is on or if the flashlight is nearby. Who made this so messy? Shroud of Broom. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Oh, that would be funny. Should we do a pivot? We just turn this into like a rewarding cleaning game. That would actually be pretty fun. Imagine the surprise on people. People like wishlisted a horror game. On release, turns out to be a fucking cleaning game. Spin-off, yeah. We do like a DLC. Which plays out. We do like a sequel, you know? A sequel DLC where like fucking everything bad has been fixed in this house, and I'd say the government has gotten the ownership of the house, and you're sent in as a team to like start cleaning it up, start like removing the spider webs and like picking up all the items and stuff. Actually funny. Just make me a small favor for the poor Portuguese dude that likes fish from the ocean. If the game is called Shroud of Doom, make sure there's a Shroud and Doom. Wait, what? What does this have to do with fish? Lore goes crazy, indeed. Well, I'm not sure I'm following Twizer. Every time you die, you need to clean yourself up after you respawn? Yeah. Just made sure there's Shroud. Okay, fair enough. DLC, you are responsible for removing all the dust before the bad guy arrives. Yeah. I think we have a pretty good idea here. Ah, dude, I'm realizing that this is the kind of stuff you could go, like, crazy with. Like, there's so many times you could add particle effects. You know, I kind of want to try it, to be honest. Why if we add effects every time you click? I don't think I'm gonna do it, but I kind of want to see how it would look. I think it's gonna be over the top. But I kind of want to try it. All we would need to do is check if input.get key down key code. I hate IntelliSense. I mean, I love IntelliSense. I just hate the fact it stops working every 5 minutes. That's the thing I don't like. Keycode.left. No. Mouse 0 would be the primary one. So whenever you click that one, we say position is equal to cursor dot position. No. Cursor is an ambiguous reference between Unity engine.ui elements cursor and Unity engine.cursor. Well, do I need to use this one? Vector 3 position. How do I get the cursor position again? This is what I want to do. I just want to try this for the fuck of it. Cursor position is equal string to world point input.mouse position, and then we say spawn particle effect small dust burst at the cursor position. Don't know if we have to change the y axis here, or no, z value potentially. Now overload method for wait, what? Oh, I can't call this one like that. Okay, so I'm gonna make an overload method. Screw you guys. Where instead of having this, we do string effect name and vector3 position. If particle effect dot name is equal to effect name effect event, no, and here we just do position. I might have to reset the Z position. We'll see. No, it works. Oh yeah, now we're playing double whenever you pick something up. So now the question is this too much? Is this gonna happen in the menus as well? No, because they cover up the view. This is in front of it, so that's fine. Maybe a bit much, I think. I do think it might be as well, to be honest. Oh, it's behind the flashlight. That's interesting. Just it's behind this one too. Because you already have sound cues. Yeah, that's a good point. There already is feedback for a lot of these interactions. To be fair though, you could argue that that's the same with the items you pick up. I already have sound cues for it. But no, I still do think I agree. I think doing these particle effects every time you click on something is probably a bit much. Especially here, when the object you clicked on goes away, but the particle happens here. That looks a little bit weird. Like for the light switch, I think this looks kind of fine. And here it looks kind of fine. But when the object you click on moves afterwards and the position remains on like nothing, that looks really weird. Also, if we were to do this, I think we should make it so it only happens on interactable objects. So like clicking on the wall here should not do it. But in that case, when you click here, it should. But this feels a little bit too, I don't know, it feels too sparkly, right? There's like too much going on. I do think so. Someone wants it, maybe you should put a setting to toggle it on and off. That is true. Here I think it looks kinda fine. This is too much. And this is too much, I think. What's up, Moonies with the raid? Welcome in, how are you doing? And BX Chaz, thank you very much for the follow. Let me give a big shout out here to the one and only Muniz. What have you been up to? I saw you working a bit on Jordglob. Did it go well? We have currently been working on particle systems for the first time. I've never used particle systems before, but we actually got it to work. And so far so good. What up Derpy Chirpy, what's up Muniz, hope you're doing good man, thank you very much for the raid. If anyone coming in with Muniz does not know of me, I go by Mad Chirpy and we are currently developing a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can wishlist on Steam as we speak. Here's the link in case anyone is interested. We do appreciate those wishlists very much, indeed, indeed. How you doing BX? Hope you're doing good as well. Going well, daily quests are almost fully in the game. Ooh, nice. So would that be like quests to do a certain game mode a day or something? That kind of stuff? Reach a certain score? Yeah, this is what we've been working on. We have a little particle effect whenever you pick up an item. Get just that, you know, little bit more visual feedback whenever you do something. And I did try now making it so that every time you click somewhere you get this dust particle effect. I'm not sure about that one though. I feel like this might be a little bit too much. It kind of makes the game feel a little bit sparkly. I mean, I suppose theoretically what we could do is make it much more subtle when you click like on something like this. And then have the pickup one be a little bit more like what it is now. I mean, that may be. Let me try, just to see how it would look. Because I feel like the way we do it now is a bit too much. But what if we duplicate this one and we do like on click burst, I don't know, sure. And for this one, let's instantiate it so I can see it. What if we just make it like a lot more subtle, maybe? Let's do looping true play. But maybe in a mission we say we minimize the count to like only 4. And then we make the start alpha color like half the opacity, so it's much darker. And maybe start lifetime, we put at like 0. We half that as well. Maybe. Save. No, wait. Small dust particles. This is not the one I changed, right? No, good. On-click burst. Override everything. Except, wait, looping needs to be false. Apply. Then we remove this one. Now, let me see, maybe this would be fine if we make it a little bit more subtle. Now we call this one on-click burst. And we make this the new particle effect. And here we do on-click burst. Yes, the geography game guy? Indeed, indeed. Dude, Muniz is keeping himself busy. He's working on, what? At least two games at the same time. Because you also have your Metroidvania, right? Yeah, for example, gain 50 experience or clear 1 country medal. Oh, I see. Dude, I have to give that game a go, to be honest. Because it is available on like the App Store and Play Store at the moment, right? Oh yeah, and also Twitch Idol game, that's right, that's right. Yeah, iOS and Android, nice. I'm gonna give it a go. I did, you know, the classic Cetera. Cetera? I don't know. I have played that one quite a bit. But I feel like the game you guys are working on is probably a little bit more rewarding in certain ways. Because like, Cetera is quite... I mean, in some regard, I mean, look, no shame, Cetera is a great app, I've used it a lot. But it is a little bit more basic in some regard, like, no, look, I'm not trying to throw shade, but it's relatively simple in the execution. It works, but it's very simple, whereas yours is a little bit more... I suppose you should say it might be a little bit more juicy, you know? Do you know what I mean? I'm gonna give it a go. You know, I think something like this should be fine. It's very subtle, but there is a small little particle effect whenever you click somewhere. But then when you pick up an item, obviously it's a lot more. But maybe... I kinda think we should do it only when the item is interactable. So like, clicking here on the wall shouldn't do anything. But if you click here, we can do this particle effect. Because there's no reason to always have this, I feel like. But like here or here we could do it. So which means that we should probably do this on the interactable one instead. Yeah, we should make the interactable script trigger this one. So we take this, we remove this update function, we go to interactable, and if it is interactable, on pointed down, this means you clicked on something that was interactable, right? So in that case, we get the cursor position. No, we don't. We're gonna do a new event for this. Because we have the particle effect event, but we don't need to throw in the position every time. We could have the effect manager calculate the position instead. We don't even need a name. I think we're gonna do a generic one here, just called something like public class on click effect event. We can just have this be an empty event, and then we subscribe to the click effect event with on click. We unsubscribe as well. And then we need to make this one. Don't think I need this function anymore, so let's make this on click, and then we do click effect event, and now we could just hard code this, where we say that if the particle effect.name is equal to on click burst, is that what I call it? Yeah. Then instantiate that particle effect, and then this should now be the cursor position. So now, on pointed down, we instead make this one publish the click effect event with no parameter. And now this, we should only get this particle effect whenever you click on something that is interactable. If I understand this correctly. So clicking here does not give me one. If I click on this one, I also don't get one. Okay, so in other words, that is not working. Why? On-click burst, on-click burst. No, that's fine. I did set it up here, right? On click burst, and it's assigned correctly, because otherwise it would not have been working before. Okay, when we publish the click effect event, we call the on click function, which loops through the particle effects. You know, for this one we're gonna call quite a lot. Maybe we shouldn't have that in the general one. Maybe we do a specific particle system called on-click particle effects. And then here we don't need to check any of this. Oh, that was the issue as well, wasn't it? Because I'm still checking the name. No, but that was hard. No, that should be fine. No, that should have worked. But now we're instead gonna get the cursor position and then instantiate the on-click particle effect at the cursor position, return an identity. Boom. I could keep this one here as well in case I ever want to use it as well, but then here I want to reference this one. So this shouldn't have changed anything, so it's probably still not gonna work. It doesn't. Oh, no, wait, that worked. Oh, am I just too far from the light? Am I just not seeing it here? Because here I see it. Yeah, I think I might just be too far away from the lights. What if I have the flashlight? No? Is this not interactable? Oh, are these item interactable? Have I not refactored those fully, maybe? That could actually be it. Vent. What is your main script? Vent closed. Yeah, your item interactable. Ah, okay, so that's a non-issue. I just need to refactor those and it should be working. Because it does seem to work on the lamp and on the door. What do you think? So now this small one only happens when you click on an interactable item, and we made it much more subtle. I suppose sometimes I might want to make it so that we don't do this one, because it feels... like on the door it feels fine. Here it feels fine. But it looks a little bit weird when you have a particle effect clicking here. Because this is technically nothingness, right? I'm not clicking on an object, I'm clicking on an exit. Like this is an empty space. I don't feel like we should have a particle effect there. So I think the way we're gonna do this is in the interactable script. We just make a foo, which we'd call on particle effect on click. We're gonna default this to true. Oh wait, I should probably check it as well, right? And then here we say if particle effect on click, then publish this event. Now we can go to our doors here, exit, particle effect on click, no thank you. And then we do the unlocked door, exit, particle effect on click, no thank you. Passage, a non-door, exit, particle effect on click, no thank you. I feel like this made sense. That gets 5 bid boost. So we're doing quite a lot of checks with these ones, but this is like one of the main scripts in the game, so I do think it is kind of fine, because I do want this to be very flexible. And I think it's fun, especially when we use like default values, so we know it's always been set up in the most generic way first, and then we have like overrides for it. Maybe we should do the same with like... because here we already have the effect of the bigger dust burst, so maybe we should disable this one there as well. So here we now have the effect, here we have the effect, here we have it, but here we don't get it. I feel like that makes sense. Yeah, we should only do the on-click effect if you're actually clicking on an object. Here we are technically clicking on empty space. If you click on empty space, there shouldn't really be that type of visual feedback. I agree, yeah, I do think so. Ooh, I don't like that. Okay, so we want to turn it off on the map as well. This one seems to be in front, so we're actually hiding it. Yeah, that looks weird. That looks weird. Map. So that is the... that's the map button. Particle effect on click? No, I think I'm fine. Because that animation is so quick that it disappears before the dust particles are over, which means it looks like you're clicking behind the map. And that feels a little bit weird. Yeah. Oh, I think it's the same thing here. No? I think technically it is playing in the background. To be fair though, this animation starts kinda slowly, so it actually looks fine. I don't know, we'll see. It is possible that I'm going too far. Because this could be me just learning about particle effects and then wanting to have particle effects everywhere. Maybe more than you need. Very possible, very possible. Like here we should have a big burst when you smash the window. Like almost like, oh yeah, we could make particles for like the glass shards falling. Oh my god. Scope creep deluxe. I'm gonna add particle effects everywhere. Never mind, we're moving the release date to 2027. Hope you guys are okay with that. I mean, it's definitely more feedback though. It's like learning new swear words, yeah, exactly. It's just even more feedback that you are interacting with interactable objects, I suppose. I don't know, I kinda like it. We'll see. This is also what we have playtesters for. See whether they find this to just be annoying or whether they feel like it adds something to the game. I do think keeping this one kinda subtle though is good. Yeah, it is gonna be more visible when you have more light. Since it is reacting to light. These are the only ones I don't like, because the effect happens where it was, which looks a little bit weird. But I do suppose this is one of those also where if I don't like this in a specific place, I could just make these doors not make this have this particle effect. That is one way of fixing it. I do wanna see if we can make some general dust particles in the room as well. See if we can do that. And if it looks good. Should it be a sound effect when you click on the back arrow? To be fair, we don't have a sound effect when you click on the other exits. Except for like the room transition sound effect, which we might have to rework, we'll see. I do want to make better like transitions between rooms. I feel like there's a lot of improvements that could be done here. Right now we're basically doing just straight up fade in and out. And a little bit of a sound effect. Constant stomping. That would be fun. We did try actually in the game jam version to have a bit of footsteps when we walked between the rooms. I think the issue there was that we actually made them like pan, which didn't work, because we thought that if you click on the left door, you should hear footsteps going to the left. But the weird thing is that when you end up in the room to the left, they were still kind of playing on the left side, which felt like a bit disorienting. So I think if we have some simple footstep sound when you go into a new room, I don't think it should be panned in any way, because the footsteps would happen where you are, right? So for you, the footsteps, your own footsteps are never really coming from a different direction. Unless maybe you would be in a room with like a lot of echo, maybe? Particle system. You know what, I think it's easier to unpack one of those I already have. I'm thinking if we're gonna try and do the dust particles, like floating in the room or whatever, I feel like we should give it a try at least, and see whether it looks good. Once again, it's potentially, it might end up being like too much, but it's definitely worth giving a go. So let's do this, and then we want to... Small dust particles. How do I... Here, unpatch completely. And then play. This one I suppose should be looping. I don't know how we should do this one. We still want it to be pixel sizes, I think. But I guess this one should not be a burst, right? We should just have a certain rate over time. Lifetime should probably be longer. Rate over time should probably be... yeah... more something like this. Maybe even more lifetime. And then what if we flip this on the y-axis to make sure that they're never going upwards. Oh, never mind, that one is going upwards. Wait, is it like this now? If I change the Z rotation? Yeah, that might be better. I mean, here, to be fair, they are kind of going in all directions, right? These are moving up, this is moving like left, this is moving down. Yeah, it is actually quite chaotic. To be fair. But here I think the issue is that they are all spawning from the center, which I don't think should be the case. I also think these should be a lot lower in opacity. And actually maybe they shouldn't change color over lifetime, which is these never actually... This should be like floating particles, right? Oh no, but if we don't have that, they instantly disappear, right? Also, are you... No. Yeah, so, and that looks a bit weird. So I do think we need... What was it? Color over lifetime. I do think we need that one. But we need to make this a lot bigger. And let's do... Then I have some angle here. 0. No. 1. Is that all angles? Can I get one here? Oh no, arc. Isn't this it? No? What is this? New particles are spawned around the arc. Should this be 360 then? Like 360 degrees? Yeah, maybe. Oh, some are barely moving now. Wait, shape. Can I reset this one? No. Oh, also might be this sphere. Maybe we should have something else here. Rectangle. But now they're not moving, right? They're just spawning randomly in the rectangle. Position, shape. Do I need to reset this one? Rotation, 0. Because I still think we want them to be moving. Maybe tone. Do you plan these to just be in a room or coming out of an interactable? No, these would be like the general dust in the room. Basically this kind of thing, right? Obviously it's not gonna be this intense, but we'll also see whether this might just not work, but I wanna try it at least. I think it might look more... It could be that it might look a bit more overwhelming in a lit room. Whereas here I think it could look cool, because basically it would make it so that since they are a lit material, you would only see the dust in the flashlight. And I think that could be kind of cool. But we do need to change something here. What if I take this one, shape gizmo, we take this and we... No. Boom. Well, I just made this fucking massive. Are they all gonna start in the middle now? Oh yeah, but they're shooting out. Which we don't want. It could be that I need to make this one bigger, because I think this is the spawn area, right? Isn't it? So what if I make... What if I make it like this? Okay, but now they don't have movement, right? We just have little random dots spawning here and there. I mean, which might work, but... Rate over time. 10. No, is it only me or does it kinda look like a starry night all of a sudden? To be fair, like I said, I think it's very possible that this is gonna... We might have to change a little bit of how this works in lit rooms. Oh no, actually, since we still have a light in here, they are actually the most visible in the light. Whereas like up here, you can basically not see them. I think this could be kinda cool. But then there needs to be more movement, right? Because now they are basically spawning and then disappearing. Which I think is because of how I set this up. The issue, though, is that if I change this one... How does this look? I mean, maybe. If we just make them a lot slower. This is gonna make it seem like it's always coming from the center though, which I'm not sure. Is that because I can't use a cone? Hemisphere? No, it's still shooting out from the center. Burst spread. Ping pong? Oh, would I make them like bounce back or something? Random. Spawn particles only at a specific angle around the arc, 0 to disable. Oh, I see, I see. Then theoretically we should have a few slightly bigger particles that are less opacity but like closer to the camera. To give a little bit more depth, you know, like these. These are like the big dust particles, and then you have like a bunch of smaller ones that I imagine are further away from the camera. But we can't have it like this, just it's like shooting out now, which I don't like. What's up, Lupo? How you doing, man? Welcome in. I'm currently working on some particle effects here. So far, so good. Still don't really know what I'm doing, but we're getting there. Cone. Oh no, this is the one I had before, right? Yeah. Just this would... I feel like this would look weird if it's always... We need to do something that's more chaotic. Yeah, because you can tell that these are coming from the center of the screen. Yeah, it looks like the window is like emitting this dust now, which I suppose kinda works in some regard. But if we have a look at this one, this is like spawning everywhere and moving in all directions. It didn't have raining sound the last time. Yeah, we did recently add a raining sound to the window, which I think turned out pretty good. So if you're in a room nearby, like here, I don't know if you can hear it now because the volume is kinda low, but there is like a faint raining sound. And then when you go in here, it turns much louder. And not only that, I think this is pretty cool. If we get the hammer, we go in here, you can smash the window and it changes the sound. So now it's no longer like low pulse rain, so it actually sounds like the, you know, is no longer blocked by the window. I think that's kinda cool. I think that's kinda cool. Okay, so how do I make these more chaotic then? That is the question. Maybe that is a mission? Do I need to... No, because this is always bursts. Which I don't think rate over distance. No, just then I would need to move this around. Start size, start speed, lifetime delay, pre-warm. Oh, when played, a pre-warmed system will be in a state as if it had emitted one cycle loop. Can only be used if the system is looping. We probably want that to make sure that they don't actually spawn when you start playing the game. They're already in here. Basically the room is already filled with dust, if that makes sense. Yeah, atmospheric sounds are great for these types of games. I do think so as well. I think that should be like one of the priorities. Like, especially in a horror game, like sound is so important. Yeah, pre-warming makes it be there already, exactly. Also had a wind too. We actually do have a bit of a wind sound effect as well. I don't think you have it when the window is not broken, but when you break it, you can hear a little wind pustar. That's what you can hear, whatever you call it. I looked this up before. Gusts of wind, I think. Creaking house, yeah. Dude, some ambient, like creaking noises would actually be really good as well. Old house, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do have like a random jukebox play that plays random sounds. Maybe doing a little bit of random creaking noises and sounds. Ooh, that could be pretty good. That could actually be good. That's a good idea. Okay, I need this to be more random. I know that he showed in the tutorial we looked at, emit from base. What about volume? But no, you can still see that this is traveling from the inside and out. I want this to be like full chaos. Random direction? Override initial direction. Oh, this is getting better. Okay, so they're moving too quickly. But it looks more random now. Ah, randomize position. Move the starting position by a random amount. Okay. Maybe 1. Okay, and then start speed, let's do like 2. Nah. 1. 0.25. Okay, I feel like we are kind of getting there. Right? Maybe a bit less. Is it a bit much right now? Perhaps? Rate over time if we like half it. I have to say, this is looking really looking neat. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I feel like it's, you know, the particle system is actually quite fun. Not gonna lie. Okay, and now I wonder how it would look if we duplicate this one. So we have 2 of them. But for this one, we're gonna do rate over time should be much less. We're gonna do like 2. And then we're gonna double the size, which would be 110, so 0.11. So now we have a few big ones as well. I mean, I feel like this is turning out pretty good. Maybe lower the opacity a little bit more on the big ones. We do starting opacity, we do like half. Maybe.
Flawless.
Cheers, man. Oh, I need to make sure that they fade in more, because you can kind of see them spawning. Let's see how it looks with the light on.
Wow.
Dude, that one surprised me. I was like, I don't have a wow sound effect. Did I change voice? That did not sound like the usual voice. Oh, dude, this is very sick. I actually quite like it. Okay, more fade in. And maybe a bit less opacity on the small ones. Maybe 0.15 instead. And then... what did I say? The curve for color over lifetime. Oh, I actually don't have a curve here. Can I move this? Yeah, oh yeah, this is gonna be good. So I do this. And then... what do I do? Can I add more of these? Fixed? No, blend. Like, I want it to fade in and out. Oh, there we go. Here. Wait, so that's... yeah, no, this is color. I don't want to change the color. Here, alpha down. Boom, alpha up. Oh yeah, let's go. So now it's gonna fade in. and then fade out. I need to make sure that you can't see it here though. Like these, the eyelids need to be in front of the particles. Okay, I think I need to go more subtle maybe. It might be a little bit much right now. It might be a little bit much. So I think we need to lower the emission rate. Let's see, small, I do 2. Let's do 1. Can I do 2.5 here? Is that possible? Yeah, it is. What's this? Curve between 2 constants. No, let's have it the same. And then maybe we go down even more, so rather than 15, maybe we do the small ones, we do at 10% opacity. Oh, by the way, this is start color, which doesn't matter, because I have this right. So what I need to do is change this, because this makes it always be full opacity. Right? Is that not how that works? Now I can see it, but it's very, very dark. Maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe we do 125. 125. Because we can't make this be too much. It shouldn't be like distracting, you know. Maybe a little bit more though. 150. Next we'll have ray tracing in Unreal Engine 5 Lumen. Imagine. Okay, color over time. Now we need to do something similar here. I did 150 on the other one, so I guess we do like maybe... I think these should be... yeah, a bit higher, maybe 175. 175, and then here we start at 0. Definitely more subtle. But that's the thing, I think subtle is better. Let me quickly check how this looks on another monitor. Just because the light differs so much. No, I think this is fine. Like, it's a lot more subtle. Lane Ketsu with the raid, how you doing, man? Welcome in. What have you been up to? Let me throw a shout out here to Lane Ketsu. Go and check him out if you haven't. Raid coming in, Chirpman John, how you doing, man? Thank you very much for the raid. If anyone coming in from Lane's stream does not know of me, I go by Manchirpy, and we are currently developing a point-and-click horror game, which is available for wishlist on Steam as we speak. So if you're interested, we do appreciate those wish lists very, very much. What have you been up to, man? What's up, the Stayed Spark? Welcome in. How you doing? If you guys want to, I can show you a slightly outdated teaser. Here you go. There we go. Like I said, if you wanna help support the development, wishlisting the game on Steam is the #1 way of doing so. So, very much appreciated. Friend, keep in mind of enhancing the particles too much. There's a limit for everything, and if it looks good, it's good. Yeah, I do think that is a fair point. What's up, Lenanya? Sorry if I'm butchering your name, but welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good, bro. Been trying to catch up on Elden Ring DLC. Nice. Are you enjoying it? Dude, I still have yet to play Elden Ring. I still have yet to play Dark Souls 3 DLCs, to be honest. Crazy bro, you've been doing a lot of work. Yeah, we have done a lot of progress recently. I'm feeling really good about where the game is heading at the moment. We have this little placeholder map. I'm gonna make the rooms look a little bit nice on the map, but it's a first thing at least. I feel like it works kinda good. Currently doing the Binding of Isaac style one, where you see the rooms you've explored and the rooms adjacent to the one you've been in. Because I feel like for a horror game, we don't want to show the entire map from the beginning, right? I feel like that kinda takes away a bit of the mystery. We also have batteries for the flashlight now, so you can run out of battery, you have to recharge it and stuff. And today we started playing around with particle effects, so if you look closely you can see these little dust particles floating around in the room, which I feel like adds a little bit more atmosphere as well. As well as when you pick up items, we also have a little bit more drastic effect going on, but I feel like it gives a little bit more visual feedback. Beauty and modesty, yeah, it really is. Unfortunately can't stay, need to do some chores. No worries, Lanketsu. Hope you have a great rest of stream, bro. Thank you very much once again, thank you for the raid. I really do appreciate it, and yeah, I'll catch you next time, man. Have a good one. I wonder how you on Frustration, probably a really funny show. You should play some Dark Souls, friend. Oh wait, you mean how I deal with frustration? Is that what you're wondering? I used to be really bad. Like the first time, Dark Souls 1 is one of the first games I ever played on stream. There were a few kind of rageful moments, to be fair. I think I have gotten a lot better. My patience has increased a lot over the years. Maybe I'm just getting old, maybe. I just can't be bothered getting angry. No, I can still get a little bit angry, but not like before. The effects are pretty cool. Thank you, Jew. How you doing, man? Yeah, I feel like it's quite nice. I do want to be relatively subtle with it, because I'm very... Yeah, like Mitsutin said, there's beauty in modesty. I think it's very easy to go a bit overboard with this. So I feel like with the dust in the room, something like this might be fine. Like, it's very subtle. You almost have to look for it to see it. But I think that's better than going too far with it. I quite like it though. Press X to doubt, okay man. After the game is done, a FromSoft marathon coming, maybe I do wanna... I mean, obviously I should play Elden Ring at some point. I mean, I must. Dark Souls 1 is still like one of my all-time favorite games, so it feels like I objectively must play Elden Ring at some point. But I do think I wanna do the Dark Souls 3 DLCs as well. I know one of them is really short. There's 2, right? I'm pretty sure. Looking good, thank you, Meowch. I think it's a nice touch as well, the fact that they're only visible in light. Makes it feel a little bit more like it's a actual part of the atmosphere, part of the room. Now I'm starting to wonder if the pickup one is too much. Should I maybe lower the opacity a little bit more on that one? I feel like having more of a burst is fine, but maybe doing a little bit less in starting opacity. I'm very happy with this though, to be honest. What is something else we were thinking of in terms of particle effects? Did I not write 3 things? Only in or around light, pick up dust. Oh, the broken lamp spark. Right, if we should make stuff like that with particle systems as well. Basically this effect. So that's just like straight up a sprite shift right now. I guess theoretically we could make a little like burst animation or burst particle effect there as well. I quite liked the dust in the room though. Yeah, I think this is about the right amount as well. Like it's always kind of visible, but if you don't like focus on it, it doesn't really attract your attention too much either. I feel like I kinda hit the right amount here. Oh, you know what I just realized? We need to like restart this or something, or maybe have 1 particle effect per room or something. Enable, disable it when we switch. Because now, if you look at one specific dust particle, like... Come on, give me a particle here. Like this one. If I now go through the room, you can see that that one remains in the same place. 2 different rooms wouldn't have the dust particles in the exact same place at the exact same time, right? So then, I suppose my question is... Can you restart a particle effect? Can I make a empty parent object here? Is everything still gonna work? It should, right? Yeah, it looks fine. Yeah, it looks fine. So let's call this one like particle effects. And then this is the small ones. So yeah, I suppose small dust particles. This is the big dust particles. If we go to... I wonder if I should have done this with 1 and just had a random size of either 1 or 2. I don't want to have mixels, but if I... Is there a way to... Here, start in size. Yeah, between... Wait, random between 2 constants. No. I would want this to be one of 2 constants. So I don't want to have mixels. Oh wait, what did I do? Why are you massive now? 0.11. Oh, it just hadn't restarted, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let me see if we go to... I guess it makes the most sense of doing this from the room manager. Let me apply this as well. I mean, it's good because it still stays grounded, yeah. Yeah, I think we need to do some like reset whenever we're going to a new room. Set new room. So we should do something on this room event. Oh yeah, you know what? I should have the particle effect manager handle this actually. We just make the particle effect manager subscribe to the new room event. So effects manager. Here I would like to have a... You know what? I think I actually want an array of particle system array called room particles, maybe. And then I want to subscribe to the new room event with like on new room. Still don't know exactly how I'm gonna do this, but I think it's something I need to do. On... This is those small details that might not seem like they matter a lot, but I think they do. This is what really shows polish, you know? Room event. So when we do this, we want to like loop through this and see if we can like restart them or something. So for each particle effect in room particles, we want to say something like, what can I do with a particle effect? That is really the question. What's up amises? Just nu, finsk pojke kommer in. Hej på alla bastubröder. Okay, no hate, how accurate that was. Dude, that is pretty much perfect. No, it's pretty much perfect, man. I have no complaint. Let's fucking go. ASAP ite. That is way better than my finish. That's all I can say. How's it going, your mises? Clear. What does this do? Remove all particles in the particle system. Maybe. I want to restart it. I don't know if they have like a function for it. Is emitting. Is playing. Is stopped. Determines whether the particle system is in the stopped state. Could I maybe stop and play it? Bara vara bastu or something, exactly. Exactly. Ytsi tatsi kolme. I think maybe I could play. Starts the particle system. I wonder if I can just stop it and play it. If we don't have something like restart. But it doesn't seem component to... Oh, this is from do tween. Yeah, it restarts the tweens. Okay, what if I stop particle effect play? We just stop and play it. Is that not gonna reset it? Like if I look at these particles and then I stop, they disappear, and when I play, they appear in new places. I think that should work. I think that's all I need to do. We have been working on some particle systems today. First time ever using the Unity particle system. So if you look closely, you can see little dust particles moving around in the room. As well as when you pick items up. Which I think I might want to make this one a little bit more subtle. And they are like lit materials as well, so you can only see them like in the light. Okay, let's see whether this works now. We need to find a particle to follow when I switch rooms. We had an issue with them remaining in the same place when you enter a new room, which looks kind of weird. Okay, that one. No, this one. I'm gonna look at this one. And then, boom. Fådas. Satana perkele. Okay, stop, start does not seem to work. Do I need to clear it then? Is that what I need to do? Do I need to clear and then play maybe? It was jättebra, let's go. I'm trying to work on my Finnish-Swedish accent as well. I keep in mind last time I did it on stream, everyone told me I was not monotone enough. As a Swede, I'm still adding too much melody. I'm trying to be more conscious of that. I want to nail my Finnish-Swedish accent. I just need to, as a Swede, it's so fucking hard not being melodic. Just like, I've practiced my entire life singing when I speak, you know? And then you wanna do like Finnish, you have to be fucking... Jag talar lite svenska. No, it's so hard. I wanna do it sing-songy, I don't know, I can't do it. Noxamanti, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. You gotta get depressed. Maybe is that what I need to keep in mind when I do it? Jag talar lite svenska. Jag kommer ifrån Finland. Is it? Are we getting there? Is it better? Is it better? Probably not. I'm trying my best though. I need to make my Finnish brethren proud. Friends speaking enchantment table. Valiant effort, fair enough. Okay, did I even check the thing I was supposed to check? I don't think I did. Okay, this particle. No, it's still there. So how do I restart the particle system? Clear, remove all particles in the particle system. That sounds like you should do it. I am a fucking Dumbo. I'm a fucking Dumbo. I never assigned these. Of course it doesn't work. Room particles list is empty. Of course it doesn't work. I probably need to have a reference to the particle systems I'm trying to clear. Might be a good idea. Might be a good idea. I can still hear want to live between the lines. Oh shit. Okay, so I sound too happy. I need to get into that Satana perkele. No, but that's probably too melodic as well, isn't it? I just spent 30 minutes making the headlights on the car flip up and down. Oh damn. I mean, it's those details though, man. It's all about those details, isn't it? So useless, but looks so damn good, and then it's worth it. I mean, you could say that about this as well. I have my little dust particles. They are, I mean, objectively useless. They don't have any usability whatsoever. But it does add a little nice touch now, doesn't it? Why do I feel like there's more big ones than small ones now? Or was that just pure randomness? Maybe. Okay, let's make sure they reset when we go into a new room now. I need to find a dust particle to follow. It's all polished at the end of the day? Exactly. No joke though, I actually do wanna learn more Finnish. Ooh, that looked like it worked. But now I don't see any particles. No, there is one. Oh, do I not have the thingy on maybe, so that it's pre-warm? Oh, but maybe that doesn't work after I clear it. Okay, let's go back to stop play and see if that does the job. Now when I actually have the references. That's what makes a good game great. I do kind of think so, to be honest. Okay, following this one. Boom. Gone. I still have particles in the room. It seems to be working. Because I feel like it's noticeable if the dust particles are in the same place in this room. Look at this particle. It's gone. Yeah, I like it. Small little detail, but like we said, I do think these are important details. Oh yeah, we still have a big one. Big one. Just making sure we get all of our particles. Here you go, let me see. Oh, nice, man. These headlights are pretty damn cool, to be honest. I don't know if it's because the loop, but it looks like it snaps in the end, but I think that might just be because... Oh, is this not working? Yeah, I don't think it loops fully. Because now the snap is kind of visible, but I think that's because of the clip itself, I think. But yeah, it looks good, man. I like it. Driving around, flipping the lights, nice, man. I would definitely do it as well. I know you could do this in like GTA 5, right? A few cars have these kind of headlights, where I'm pretty sure you could toggle them up and down. And like those are the kind of small details that actually add quite a lot. I think. The last 20% of effect taking 80% effort. Yeah, exactly. And without it, it sucks, yeah. Now, I'm doing this in a little bit of a weird way, where I'm basically focusing on the last 20% before making the game. Because obviously, I'm doing like polishing before I have content, which you could argue is a little bit weird. I feel like most of the time, people probably build the game and then polish it, you know? I feel like that kind of makes sense. Whereas I basically do the complete opposite. I have no final content in the game whatsoever. Like, not a single room is final. Everything, all the content is actually placeholder. And then all I'm really doing is just like polishing the mechanics. But I think that is an important thing that I do want to get right. And in some regard, I don't know if, as long as I have, you know, kind of some belief in the game, I feel like this is actually not a bad way of doing it. Because it makes sure that I will get the game to a point where I feel like, okay, this game is... basically everything is working how I want it to, and all I have to focus on now is creating the best content with like the... basically like the framework that I've built, you know. In my opinion, you do it right. It's called vertical slice, yeah. No, I do think this is a quite valid way of doing it as well. It doesn't make as much sense if you haven't like prototyped the game. I think that's kind of what I'm going for, I suppose. But in my mind, I kind of see it as my game jam version was the prototype that like proved that I have some potential here. So now I just want to make sure to make the best of it, you know? Whereas like, I suppose if you're making, you know, if someone is making their first game, I would probably not recommend doing polishing this early. Like, you should probably make sure that you have a valid gameplay loop to start with. make sure that the game is fun, and then polish it. But if you've made the prototype, I think this is a valid way of doing it. I don't know how I'm gonna do the map though, like programmatically how I'm gonna make this work. Because I really don't want to... The annoying thing, right now I made this quite manually, you know? Like I assign each room to the specific scriptable object of that room, containing the data of like which room I'm in and stuff, and I build the map myself. It would be kind of nice if I could make some type of level editor that calculates this for me. I'm not entirely sure if I'm smart enough to do it though. I think that's the main issue. I do think that's the main issue. Because the annoying thing, I wouldn't mind doing it manually. Like obviously it's a bit more manual labor, of course. And if I had the layout like perfect and everything, I wouldn't mind doing it. The annoying thing is that if I later on decide to change something, like if I want to put this room here, there's a lot of manual labor, manual effort for me to make that happen, because I need to reassign all of the door directions, like where this door is going, where this door is going and so on, and I need to change it on here on the map. Even worse if I put a room over here, because now I need to change the map as well as update a bunch of references. So like automating this would be pretty good, but I don't know if I'm clever enough to do it. So I think the next best thing I should do is not focus whatsoever on the map and make the entire game, and when I know that I'm happy with the layout, then I make like one final map. I suppose that would be the next to the best way of doing it. Still some extra manual effort, but I mean, even though if I make a layout editor, it would be effort creating the layout editor. It's just that the flexibility would be better. Also, Vintage Butterfly, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Yeah, I do want to make it so that the rooms look a little bit more drawn. I think that would be a nice touch. I did make a little concept for it before, like I could make the rooms look a bit more like this. Basically just have a bit more like imperfections and stuff. I feel like that would look pretty nice. And then maybe, you know, with just like light up the room that you're in. I feel like that would look pretty good. Because this is too gamified, it's too perfect. This looks more like it's an actual part of the map, you know. I'm pretty happy with the particle effects. We should definitely try and use them in more places, like this one for example. Potentially doing a bit of rain on the outside with particles. But I'm feeling pretty good about this, not gonna lie. Give me just 1 second. Sorry about that one. Thank you guys for your patience. I do think this one should be a little bit more subtle. I think the pickup one is a bit much at the moment. Let's see, particle effects. Let's make this a prefab as well. Why did these not get like the normal prefab? Oh, is it? Oh no, this should still be a game object. Why is the icon not this one? On-click burst, no. Small dust burst. Oh, I should make it these. Prefabs as well. Let's make this one into... Let's rename it small room particles. And big room No. Room big particles. Otherwise it sounds like it's made for a small and a big room, which isn't really the case. Room small particles, and then we take these and we make... Oh, do I have to open this one? Is that it? Boom, there we go. Okay, now we have a bunch of prefabs, which we like. Gonna take my dog for a walk and do some stuff. See ya and have fun. No worries, Midsetin. Have a good one, and thank you very much for dropping by. Always nice to have you here, man. And I'll catch you next time. Enjoy the walk. I will hold my thumbs, as we say in Swedish. I hope that the dogs don't pull too much. Okay, let me see here. Particle manager. No. Small dust particles. This is the one. I think I just want to lower the start color a bit. Maybe do like 0.3 maybe. 30% opacity. Because I feel like it looks a little bit intense at the moment. Potentially maybe lower the amount as well. No, I feel like this is better. Yeah, let's see with the flashlight. Yeah. I think it was a little bit intense before. And then I think whenever you pick up an item, I don't think I want to do the normal ones. We want to like override them, I think. I mean... Maybe I shouldn't do it this way then. Maybe I should, but if I use this one each time I click, it's always gonna loop through this array to find it. Maybe that's not really an issue. Hopefully I'll still have my thumbs. This is me probably overthinking optimization when I don't have to, I assume. How do I even ask this? I wanna know like how quick is this process or whatever in terms of performance and optimization. Some performance considerations, especially depending on how often. So that's the thing, it could happen relatively often. We're not talking about like multiple times a second. I mean, kinda. But not like, you know, it's not like hundreds of times. It would be like, at the most, maybe 4 times a second or something. What's up, Bruce? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing good. Especially depending on how often this loop... Oh, what I need to do is we break it when we find it. That's something I haven't done. That would make it a bit better. Oh, use a dictionary instead of a list. Is a dictionary serializable? No, they're not. We talked about this before, right? Well, I could take my array and make a dictionary out of it. Yeah. I do suppose that is one way of making a dictionary. There's a thing called premature optimization, and it's not a good thing. Yeah, I do think it's fair to say I'm probably overthinking this at this moment. I think adding a break in here is fine though, because that's a one-liner that would objectively make this better. Instantiate is expensive as it allocates memory and creates a new game object. If this happens frequently, it can lead to performance spikes such as garbage collection overhead and lag. But I think that's fine. Yeah, object pooling I suppose would be the way to fix that. But I do destroy them, so I don't think that's too much of an issue. Disable and reuse particles instead of destroying them. I suppose you could do that as well. Like have one particle effect for like the on-click one, and we just move it around the scene and enable it. Or we just play it. We move it around and play it at the new position. Suppose. Let's not care about this now though. But let's at least do, if we find the correct one, we might as well break. There's no reason to continue going down this list if we find the correct one. So then we do a little break. And then what I think I want to do... particle effect on click. This is the one I use when you pick up an item. Don't I? No. Because collect item on click already does this. Small dust burst. Because whenever you collect this one, I don't want to do the normal one. The on-click burst. So I think maybe we should just make interactable always have a reference to... like, rather than checking if we should have a particle effect, we could serialize a string of a particle effect, which we could default to the normal one, which would be like, what, on-click... what did I call it? On-click dust? On-click burst? Or something? On-click burst. We default it to the normal one. And then if we set something else here, we pass it in. Otherwise... if we select null, that's the same as setting this to false. And then we always just have the interactable item determine what particle effect should play. But if you pick up two objects quickly, reusing the particle won't work. Oh yeah, that's actually a good point. Because if you pitch something up quicker than the duration, like if the time between the pickups are shorter. If the time between the pickups are shorter than the duration of the particle effect, it's not gonna work. That is true. And I think this is fine. Like we're saying, I think this is me going a little bit into like premature optimization. I think that is fair. The particles looks good, by the way. Thank you, Peepa. I appreciate ya. Yeah, I might want to do it this way instead, though. You know, I could even have certain interactables like update this and runtime, so I don't have to assign it. Yeah, maybe. We have like collect item on click would like override the interactable one for the particle effect. And like exit on click would remove it. So I could even theoretically hide this in the inspector. But in that case I need to make this public. I mean, I don't actually. I could just have a method to override it as well. We could make a private void called override particle effect, which takes in a string of a particle effect. Well, this one would of course have to be public. And then we say that if you do this, then the particle effect is equal to particle effect. And we just call that one in like void of the actual interactable script instead. Then I could automate some of this, because otherwise I would need to go and change this for each like collectible item, since most of them are gonna have an override. But we set it to... Maybe I should rename this one actually. Particle effect. I'm gonna call this one default. So we have like a default particle effect. Which means I need to rename this one into default. And I think I'm gonna rename this one as well. Should probably name this one default particle effect. Let's be a little bit more specific. And then let's put this one first in the loop, which is premature optimization. Most of the time that's gonna be the one, which means that we're gonna break the loop after the first one. Okay. So we set the particle effect to default. Now we could change it here if we want to. Otherwise we also have a method to override the particle effect. So now I could make this one no longer publish a particle effect. Instead we do this string particle effect. I'm gonna call this particle effect override, which is by default going to be set to small dust burst, right? Yeah, that's one I mostly gonna use when you pick up an item, I think. So then what we would do is make a private void, wait, yeah, where we say get components interactable dot override particle effect, and we pass in particle effect override. Now I don't even need to set that in the inspector. And then here, I don't need this bool now either, right? Because I can just null check this one or empty check it. So if I don't want the particle effect, I just remove this string, right? That's our way of checking whether we don't have one. Because there's no reason to run through this list and check if we don't have one. Yeah. Particle effect default. And here we now instead check if particle effect, this is a string, so we should be able to do dot is... No. No. I do string dot is null or empty, and then we pass in the particle effect. And then we reverse this. Can I do that? This is a bool, right? Yeah. So, if the particle effect is not null or empty, then publish this one. Do I have a way to check here if I didn't find the particle effect? I could check here if I accidentally pass in a null one, but I would rather see if I don't find this one. But now I break the loop. I could do bool successful is equal to false. When we find this one, we set it to true. If we loop through all of them and we don't find it, then we can check here. If it wasn't successful, then we do a debug log saying particle effects effect event dot effect name should not be found. Noob. Yeah, I kinda like this. Did I? Yeah, I did set that one, nice. And now we could do similar with like exit on click, since I know I don't want to have one here. We could actually have a private void await where we could check the get components. Gammon-bit, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. How you doing? We get the interactable script. Why am I a chicken? I'm not a chicken. You're a chicken. And then we say override particle effect, and we pass in an empty string. And that's gonna make, whenever I have this one, then it's going to set it to null and we won't get the particle effect. So now there could be an argument.
Chat wants your attention.
What's up, Headless Headhunter? How you doing, man? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I suppose you could argue that there could be a weird situation now where I might have multiple components that are trying to override it at the same time. I guess I could have some form of like a priority system or something, maybe? That could be a way of doing it. Like whenever we try to override it, we also pass in like what priority this has. And if we already had an override with a higher priority, then we don't override. and if the situation is vice versa, then we do override. It's not something I'm gonna do right now, because as of right now I don't have that problem. But that should be one way of fixing it. Okay, let's see whether or not this works. So now if I click here, I should get the normal one. Which I do, very subtle. If I pitch something up, I should not get the normal one. I do. I don't get the burst one, I only get the normal one. I want that one to be the opposite. Battery. Why is that happening? I do have the, here, particle effect override, small dust burst. That should try and override this particle effect. Oh, I suppose I can see in the inspector whether that happens correctly or not, right? If I select one of the batteries and then I play, that looks like it's overriding correctly. But I'm not playing the correct one. That is interesting. Let me check my... Let's rename this one as well. Effects Manager. Was just testing your redeems. Nice. You doing good? Glad to hear it, man. Small dust burst. Small dust burst. Collect item on click. Small dust burst. That looks correct to me. But we're playing the default one. You know, let's do a debug log for now. Whenever we spawn a particle effect here, let's do debug log particle effect event effect name. Because it looks like it's updating correctly in the inspector, but it's not, it doesn't seem to be calling it correctly. Yeah, all of the batteries overrides the particle effect. Oh wait, I don't even get my debug log. Am I not listening to the event correctly? Am I calling the wrong event? Am I still calling on click? Wait, spawn particle effect. Interactable. Ah, I'm just calling the wrong event. I'm a Dumbo. So we do particle effect event. And then we pass in particle effect. There we go. Now it should work. You know what? I'm gonna do a little bit of premature optimization. I don't care what you guys think. I think it's fun. Spawn particle effect. Here I loop through all of them. I don't need to do that. I could make this one called spawn particle effect. And then instead we take in a string effect name. Yeah. No. I'm gonna call this spawn default particle effect. On click particle effect, let's rename this one into default particle effect. And then here we check if effect event dot effect name is equal to default, then spawn default particle effects and return. So now we only loop through if it's not the default one. I know this is unnecessary optimization, shut up, I wanna do it, it's fun. Boom, I don't think I need this event anymore. Oh, I need to pass in a position. Well, if it's not the default one, we are probably gonna want to do it on the transform position. No. Because that's gonna give me the wrong Z value. So let's do vector. I don't have a reference to the transform, do I? I mean, inherently I do though, so it doesn't matter. Vector 3 position equals new vector 3 transform dot position dot x transform dot position dot y 0 particle effect position. So then it's gonna default to in the middle of the object, I suppose. But then if we pause in the default one, it's going to spawn default particle effect, which is going to check the mouse position instead. Should be good. Premature optimization is when you improve code unnecessarily soon while you ain't exactly need it. This only applies when you are going out of your way of optimization. But this does not mean you should not write decent code in the first place. Yeah, I suppose that is a fair argument. What you do right now is, in my opinion, not premature optimization, rather than clean up and understand how to write better code. Yeah, I do suppose that's a good argument as well. Because in this case, it's also one of those things where, you know, it takes me 2 minutes to write those 3 extra lines. Even if it doesn't make a huge difference, it is like objectively better code, I suppose you could say. Is that fair enough? I think it is. Because even if it doesn't make a huge difference, the other way would objectively be less optimized. Yeah, that is the pickup one. But then if I click here, it breaks. Lovely. Unassigned. Oh, I see. Effect manager, I renamed this one, so I lost the reference. Default particle effect, boom. We could get that. No, wait, now we actually can't get it from here, because as soon as we try to pass in default, we're gonna do this one instead. We don't look through the list. So this one, we can actually remove from the list of particle effects now. We only look through the list whenever it isn't the default one. Because let's be honest, 99% of the time, we are gonna trigger the default particle effects. Bostians, thank you very much for the follow, man. Appreciate ya. How you doing? Okay, so here we have the small dust burst. And then here I have the default one, which is barely visible. I do want it to be subtle. And now this one should be overridden as well, so here I should not get one. Exactly. So there I'm now getting 2, I think. I do think with the particles it does feel a little bit more rewarding picking items up. Let me double check the backpack there though. I'm not sure the backpack. Yeah, just you're doing 2 now. So I think for that specific one I want to do an inherent override. So no, that's a sprite. Inventory? Bag item? Bag item. Here, I don't want you to do... Do you have collect item? No. So I'm just gonna remove this from the prefab. And that should be our way of disabling the particle effects. Yeah, now we only got the one at the bottom, not the one like where we click on it, which is the way I want it to be. Oh, I need to fix this one now too. That one looks weird. Because we get the particle effect behind the map. And it also lingers a bit too long. So map button, particle effect. I think I'm gonna set you to null. I think that's gonna look better. I think this looks pretty nice. What was I gonna check? The map, right? Yeah. Dude, very small details, but I feel like it adds quite a lot, doesn't it? I don't know if that's the right interaction. Wait, let me check something. What if I use this key on this door? This key doesn't fit here. That is the correct one. Whereas this one says... No, this key doesn't fit here. Oh. Did it say that last time? Am I going insane? Maybe. Ooh, no. That's not good. The highlight thing here is in front of the map. Nah. Nah. That's not okay. Back arrow, tutorial and toasts. I think I need to put the map in front of the tutorials. You use the screwdriver and then the message stayed the same even with the key. Okay. Let me try. You might actually be right. Because I was almost certain I got a different message there. Okay, so let me, I don't know why I'm picking everything up. Let me do this, let me do the key first. That's the correct one. Now we should get the outline and I can quickly check. Yeah, now this one is in front of it. Nice. And now, try the key again. Key doesn't fit, that's correct. And then we use the screwdriver. Oh, the screwdriver says this key doesn't fit here. Why does it... No. The screwdriver is not a key. Okay, let me try doing the screwdriver first. Just to see... Because I think that is what I did last time, wasn't it? That doesn't seem to fit. And now the key, that doesn't seem to fit. Interesting. Okay, so it's being overridden somehow. To be fair though, I'm not even sure if that door is a prefab. Yeah, door locked brick wall. It actually isn't, so that might actually be the issue. Close the door locked. Oh, I made a specific one for the rusted key. Oh yeah, because I want to do the tutorial stuff here. This key doesn't fit here. Okay. So that should always be right then. That means the rusty key should always give this... Should always give that message. Okay, what about the screwdriver? Interaction doesn't fit. That doesn't seem to fit. Why are these overriding? Oh, that is very odd. I can't see why that would be happening. Because according to this... If I use the rusty key... I should get... Bjarne! The man, the myth, the legend, with the resubscription for 7 months. You fucking legend. Yeah. Thank you so much, man. I do appreciate you very much. Cheers, man. How you doing? Welcome in, Bjarne. Hope you're doing good, man. Oh yeah, I don't understand why this is not working. That is very interesting. We have made quite a bit of improvements today. Oh yeah, in the credits as supporter number 2. Let's fucking go, man. Thank you very much. It is very much appreciated. We have added a bunch of particle effects to the game today, which I think look pretty cool. I'm good, about to play some June. Nice. Physical or digital? How's it going? It's going good. We made quite a bit of progress today. So, it's kinda subtle, but you can see that we have a few like low opacity dust particles like floating around in the room. And also, we now have little particle effects whenever you pick up an item. So you see like it's a little like pixel burst that happens whenever you pick something up. Kinda subtle, but I feel like it gives that extra bit of visual feedback, as well as a very subtle one whenever you click on an object. but very low opacity, so it's not... I don't want it to be too much, but there's a little bit of extra feedback. And the dust particles also react to the light, so you can see that you can only see the dust particles in the light. Which, I don't know, I'm pretty happy with it. I think it looks cool. Wait, the game or the movie? Yeah, the board game, right? June Uprising. Do you play any board games, AE? And now, since we know how the particle system works, this means that we can probably make a bit of cool like rain animation outside of the window as well if we want to. Could be kinda cool. Maybe even make it so that when you open the window, like a few raindrops go through the window into the room as well. Maybe. Depending on how much over polishing we want to do. That doesn't seem to fit. Rusty key. That doesn't seem to fit. Why is that happening? Is it because I'm not changing the selected item correctly? Could that be it? That should explain it, because whichever one I use first is the one I keep getting. Maybe. UI managers, inventory manager. No, selected item, none. Selected item, rusty key. Doesn't seem to fit. That's not the correct interaction, but the hammer works. I always get the hammer interaction. What about this one? Screwdriver, hammer, rusty key. They all update correctly. What if I do a failed one? What if I use a battery on the door? That doesn't seem to fit. Interesting. Even the battery gives the same one. Huh. Am I using item interactable? Is that why this is messy? That could actually explain it, because like I said, I'm not using a prefab here, so if I made changes to the normal doors, this one might not update. That could explain it. Nope. Interactable. Does this happen with any other objects? Or is it only that one? Okay, why if we go through here, we use the key on that one, this key doesn't fit, that's the correct one. We go through here, we pick up all of this stuff. And then we use the screwdriver on this door. This key doesn't fit here. That's not good. This key doesn't fit here. That might always be the case whenever I have a key selected though. This key doesn't fit here. I might be overriding the effect whenever I use a key. Oh, that's the wrong type of item. This key doesn't fit here. That should be fine. What if I now use a screwdriver here? This key doesn't fit here, so that's the issue. That should give me a normal failed interaction. But it's not. This key doesn't fit here. Oh, it might be the toast. Yeah, I don't think it's my system for items, because all of these are supposed to just give you a toast, right? Whenever I have another one, I think it's how I handle my toast. As soon as I've gotten one generic toast, it seems like I keep on getting that one. I think that's the issue. Oh yeah, I even know why. It's because I changed how I handle the tutorial tips, but the underlying code for tutorial tips is the same as toast, so I actually end up saving the old message. I think that's the issue. I think I know what it is. Toast manager. Toast event. This is the generic one. Oh no, wait, failed interaction event. It's both of these. So this is saying that string text is equal to toast event.text, and then we call show toast text. And that is different from a tutorial tip, right? Yeah, just that one enables and disables. The issue is that the show toast, if text is not equal to null, yeah, the issue is actually the toast script. Because this one has a... right? Wait. Is it not? Did my music stop? It did. Huh. I'm a huge D&D fan, but I never got the opportunity to play. No people around. Gotcha. I've been actually a little bit intrigued to maybe try D&D at some point as well. It seems like it might actually be quite fun. Toast is toast. It basically is. That is true. I think, didn't I do something where I like saved the message somewhere? Okay, what about... toast? Yeah, wait, show toast. If text is not equal to null and it isn't empty, then we update the text. Set active, fade in and out. So is that because I'm actually calling this function? Yeah. Wait, do I call this function here? I don't. Because the issue was with the tutorial tips, wasn't it? And if I don't call the tutorial tips the same way, why did I change this function? Show tutorial tip. String tutorial tip name. Okay. Fade in, fade out. I'm not doing anything here. Toast. And you don't seem to be saving the message either. But I'm also not... yeah, I'm not calling the function. Well, I'm so surprised because I know I did some fix here to make my tutorial bugs... oh, sorry, tutorial bugs. My tutorial tips update correctly because of this one, I think. Wait. because this one gets written out every time I open it, and I think that was because if I cancel it before it finished, it wouldn't type out the full thing the next time. So I needed to like save the message, never override it unless it was... Yeah, something like that. But that shouldn't... I shouldn't need to do anything about the toasts for that now, should I? Toast, text object. Oh, wait, I have the type text. Is this the one doing it? Yeah, if the string is null or empty, then it's equal to this. This is the issue. I need to change this when I'm doing a generic toast, but not when I do a... Okay, so the way I'm gonna do this is... Yeah, just here I have the message, and I think I saved the message. Yeah, the first time I call this one, I get the message, right? Start typing. Yeah, if message is equal to null, then message get text component dot text. Sound effect equals null. Bum bum bum. Okay, so we need some bool or something here, I think. We're gonna do a serialized field private bool called persistent message, which we're gonna default to true. And then here we check if the string is empty, we do this. But then we do an or statement. If it is empty, or if it's not a persistent message, then update it. And now, I did default this correctly, right? Please tell me I did. Yeah, persistent message true. However, on the toast, persistent message should be false. Because that's the generic one where we like pass in a new text every time. I think that's a fix. Let's make sure that this one is still functional. Yeah, seems fine. Now I'm gonna use the battery on this door. It's gonna say it didn't have any effect. Now I'm gonna use the key on this door. This key doesn't fit. Okay, I think, ladies and gentlemen, that we just did a fix. Now we can use the screwdriver here. This doesn't seem to fit. But if I use the key, this key doesn't fit here. Okay. That does seem functional. Did I not pick up the hammer? I didn't.
Hey Chirpy, focus.
I am focusing. What's up, Vinny? How you doing? Welcome in, man. I think that was officially the first focus redeem. Congratulations. My new little Hillfoot sound effect. Did you like it? How you doing, Vinny? Hope you're doing good, man. I love it, let's go. Dude, I'm feeling good about this. I'm feeling very good about this. We've made a bunch of particle effects today. First time ever. And so far, I am quite satisfied. Probably gonna play around a little bit more with these for other stuff as well. Because, not gonna lie, I love polishing in general. And it seems like particle effects are a pretty good way of polishing stuff. Getting that extra little bit of juice, you know. Doing good, a bit sick though, but I'll get through it. Oh damn, I'm sorry about that, man. I hope you get better. But yeah, you can see we have these little dust particles floating around in the room, as well as when you pick stuff up. You get a little particle burst. The dust particles are only visible in light. You know, it's subtle, but I feel like it's pretty nice. It's a nice touch. I do think so. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it, not gonna lie. I still do want to make some better room transition. That is something, I think that should be one of my priorities. Because I feel like this is a little bit too static. Also, we still have the argument whether you're supposed to be able to go between the rooms this quickly. Not sure about that. Now just need rain in the windows. Yeah, I do think making some little particle effect here as well would look kinda cool. Like we said, potentially doing it so that if you break the window, maybe have a few particles actually enter the room as well. Could be kinda sick. Yeah. However, ladies and gentlemen, I do think this is where I'm gonna have to end it for today. But please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Of course, if you haven't and you would like to support the development, make sure to go and wishlist the game on Steam. It's the #1 way to support me and the development of this game, so we do appreciate that very much. Let's see, who should we go over to today? Let's go to Jackie Codes. I don't think I have raided her. She's not doing game dev today though. Should we maybe do someone, maybe another time? Oh, you know what? You know what? Fuck it. We have Vin on. Let's go over to Vin. Good progress today. I do actually feel like we did quite a lot of decent progress today. Definitely nice just to learn the particle system as well. I feel like that's something that obviously is gonna be quite useful for the future. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, this is where I'm gonna have to end it for today. If you've been enjoying the stream, of course, make sure to follow the channel as well. If you wanna connect more with the community, feel free to join the Discord. We have over 100 people in the Discord now. I think that's pretty sick. Take care, you as well, Bianna. And you too, Meowch, thank you guys very much for dropping by. Hey, you as well. Great evening, you as well, man. Thank you so much to each and every one of you. I really do appreciate all of you being here, helping me out, lurking, chatting, whatever it might be. I appreciate all of you. I will be back on Friday again. I do want to do a stream relatively soon where we maybe try a few point-and-click games for some inspiration and stuff. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe Friday would be a good day to do that. But most likely I'm just gonna end up working more on the game because I'm fucking enjoying it. Do you know what I mean? But like always, thank you all so much for being here today, and I'll see you guys on Friday. Let's go over to Hilfert Games. Cheers.